Fox Sports. The Miller Lite Diamondbacks live pregame show starts now.
So far, so good, and it's just another hot day in paradise, but we come indoors here at Chase Field. This is Miller Lite Diamondbacks Live, our pregame show, getting you set for the Diamondbacks going head-to-head with the Atlanta Braves. And when I say so far, so good, Arizona has won 2 of the first 3. Hello there, folks, and welcome back to the ballpark. They also won 2 of 3 against the Colorado Rockies. He is Mark Grace. My name is Darren Sutton. We trust to this point your week has been a good one. Let's talk about, first off, 2 of the first 3 in this series. What do you like about what the Diamondbacks have been able to do? Of course, winning always helps.
Yeah, when you're 4-2 so far on the homestand, things are good, and I think it really starts with starting pitching, Darren. I think the starting pitching has been very solid on this homestand. Ian Kennedy took it a step further last night, and he was terrific throwing 7 shutout innings. He didn't figure in the decision, but he did keep him in the ball game. And another thing that's been very good about this homestand is the closer, Chad Qualls. And it hasn't been pretty, and it hasn't been 1, 2, 3 innings, but he's done his job. And his job is to save games. That's what he's done.
All right, all you youngsters out there and some of you oldsters as well, we know school is out, so we have a homework assignment for you. We are going to score today. Work on scoring. You have your book. You want to start with your book? Why don't we take a look at, there's Gracie's book there as he holds that one up.
Okay,
and we will take a look. There is what you will be doing.
That's just basically the lineup. You see the defense out for the Braves, and then the Diamondbacks lineup and the umpires. That's my scorebook.
All right, now I have my scorebook, a little bit more in depth, a few more numbers certainly on there, talking about the starting pitching, talking about the starting lineup. You can print either one of these score sheets, and we'd like to have you join us today. We'll talk about scoring the positions. If you go to foxsportsarizona.com, his score sheet available. My score sheet is certainly available. Greg Schulte from the radio booth, his score sheet is available. All that is on foxsportsarizona.com. So we're going to have some fun today. I know it's summertime, but we've got a homework assignment for you. Dontrell Willis against Tommy Hanson. That is our pitching matchup, and certainly glad to have you with us. We will also have a collision report. It was a very scary moment on the diamond last night. Ended up being the decisive inside-the-park home run. We ran into Nate McLeod this morning. Not like Mr. Hayward did. We did, and we'll have a report for you.
this 4-game set between the Diamondbacks and the Braves, a day game here at Chase Field. Jody Jackson with you, and last night was a victory for the Diamondbacks, but everything turned for the D-backs offense on a very strange and dangerous play last night. Let's take a look. Bottom of the 8th, and Gerardo Parra at the dish. He hits it deep, and it should have been caught, but as you see, a vicious collision there between Nate McLouth and Jonathan Hayward. Hayward, a much bigger guy. McLouth took the brunt of the hit. He hit the back of his head. You see the pain that he's in there, but the good news is he was able to walk off the field. Now, I talked to Nate McLouth today, and he said he has a very bad headache. He hasn't had any symptoms of a concussion besides the headache, and he hasn't been diagnosed with one. He will be evaluated by a doctor today here in Phoenix, but the headache is certainly bad, and he said that the trainer, Jeff Porter, gave him a call at 4 a.m. in his hotel room just to check on him. He was able to actually get some sleep last night, so not in the lineup today, and they don't know how long he'll be out, but he is suffering right now from a pretty bad headache. He said he was very grateful that it wasn't worse. As you saw the collision, we're grateful for that as well. Well, stay with us when we come back. First pitch, the D-Train on the mound today. His second game in a Diamondback uniform, hoping to continue where he left off. His first outing, 6 innings, over 100 pitches. We'll see what he can do as they close out this series against the Braves. Darren Sutton and Mark Grace have the call when we come back.
Gila River Casinos, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. By Colorado Tourism. Start planning your Colorado summer adventure today at Colorado.com. Also by Southwest Airlines. Visit Southwest.com, grab your bag. It is on. Glad to have you back in this beautiful, great state of Arizona. Bobby Cox honored on the field before the game today by this home crowd. His final managerial assignment here at Chase Field. Next stop, the Hall of Fame, and he hopes next stop, the postseason this year in his final year. Let's take a look at Bobby's starting lineup. As you're filling out your score sheet, we'll take a little bit of time. I know you're filling it out. Martin Prado is at the top. KFC sponsors it. You don't have to write that on the sheet, although they'd like that if you did. Jason Hayward, Chipper Jones, Troy Gloss is at first. Escobar is at short. Omar Infante in left. David Ross catches. Melky Cabrera is in center field, and Tommy Hansen is on the mound. Note the positions, and we will remind you how to numerically assign the positions as Dontrell Willis goes to work, and the first pitch is high. 1-0 the count. We are underway here at Chase Field. UPS Store presents the line for Willis. He missed a lot out of the zone, but in the end it was pitches like that, certainly, but it was 6 shutout innings, and for Dontrell Willis, it was a victory. And that's all you need to worry about when you have a club that is struggling to find its identity, but again, missing 3-0 the count. Willis so far this year, 49 and a third innings, 33 walks. And that one over the inside part of the plate. 3-1 the count. What do you think of his first outing in a Diamondbacks uniform?
Well, at the end of the day, he threw 6 shutout innings. He was walking the tightrope, certainly, but it was effective.
Outside. And that is ball 4. Let's take a look at the defense as they work behind. It's Connor Jackson, Gerardo Parra, Justin Upton. Then it's Mark Reynolds, Stephen Drew, Kelly Johnson, Adam LaRoche. Willis works with Hester. Now, if you're going to assign a position when you're keeping score, the pitcher 1, catcher 2. Then it goes around the infield. 3, 4, 5. Shortstop is 6. And then, as we'll show that to you here in just a moment, 1-0 the count to Jason Hayward. You go 3 first base, 4 second base, then 5 third base, 6 shortstop in between the two. Then you just come and go back around from left to right if you are scoring at home. 7 left field, 8 center field, and then 9 right field. Obviously, we just scored that one to Prado. Just a BB, base on ball.
Dontrell right now, I mean, struggling out of the gate. Nowhere near the strike zone.
This has been the concern in his time in Detroit. It was nearly a walk. 1 walk per innings pitched. The 3-0. 3-1 the count from Willis. Everything he hopes free and easy. And when he was a young man breaking in, busy winning the Rookie of the Year in 2003, busy winning 22 games in 2005, and always was unorthodox. That's a high strike. 3-2 the count. Hayward didn't like it.
He didn't like it at all. Angel Hernandez, he's known to have a pretty big zone. That's a really big zone.
So LaRoche comes over for a minute, speaks with Willis. Hayward, the Rookie of the Month in April and in May. And I would imagine part of the reason LaRoche came over, Jay Hay, they love calling him there, was to remind him about that base runner at first who takes off, and it's a high pop-up. In center field, Gerardo Parra is there to make the play. If you want to come on in and check the book out, you have a walk to Prado right here at the top, and then an F8. Walk to Prado there, and then an F8. It's not that it's well written, but 8, of course, being center field. Do you do anything differently, Gracie, than what I just did?
I've done exactly what you've done.
Because people do score differently.
My handwriting is much, much better than Darren's.
Much better.
See, the walk is the BB, and then the F8.
To Chipper Jones. At some point, we may be putting HOF next to his name.
I don't think there's. Whenever he decides to hang it up, it'll be 5 years from then.
Well, you had a wonderful conversation with him yesterday. Shared it, and we'll share some more of it with you today in the postgame. He seemed, and I said it to you yesterday, he seemed very reflective for a man who is always confident. He didn't seem like he was doubting himself. He never will. Not publicly, at least, but he seemed very reflective about his career. Pitch inside, 2-0. What'd you take away from your conversation with Chipper?
Well, we talked about a lot of things, but the biggest thing we talked about was, how he feels about the end drawing near, and what he's feeling emotionally about it. And his entire adult life, Darren, has been in a baseball uniform, and most of his childhood. So he's not sure exactly what he wants to do. He's not sure exactly when it's going to come. So right now there's just a lot of doubt in your career when you get in your late 30s. Not everybody's Jamie Moyer or Randy Johnson.
The ball. And a balk was called from behind home plate. We could hear it Angel Hernandez will take another look at it. And Willis finding out, and it looked like there was too much of a step towards the plate. Let's see.
Maybe he just didn't step towards first. He kind of just picked his foot up and brought it back down. That's tough to tell there.
You have to. That one's to the backstop. So we have all kinds of fun scoring going on now, because you have a balk to send the runner. And take it, Gracie. What do you have?
Okay, right up here. You draw a line to second base and you put a B for balk. Then you draw a line to third base and you put a WP for the wild pitch. And then down here where Chipper Jones is, you just put the line to first base and BB. Right now we've got all kinds of issues on the mound.
Shook his hand after he threw that one.
Like maybe some numbness in his fingers or something like that. I don't know. Well, Dave Edwards and A.J. Hinch are out there. What do you think, Darren?
Well, this is the kind of starts that we read about. I was not able to cover him ever in Detroit as an opposing broadcaster, but we read about starts like these where, and we saw him, Gracie, struggle, but he didn't miss as much as he has missed already. And just missing a lot out of the zone, having a hard time just finding the wide of the plate, period.
I think a lot of times when you go Rick Ankiel like that one, I think it's more suffering from more embarrassment than it is suffering from an injury. At least we hope. He's a ground ball away from getting out of this thing.
Well, as he was in his first outing, and he got that ground ball. As that one is in, 2-0 the count. Prado walked. Hayward flied to center. Jones walked. There's been a balk and a wild pitch as well. 2-1 the count to Troy Gloss. Gloss 3 for 10 in this series. He was the player of the month in the National League in the month of May. And he is a big reason the Braves moved into their rightful place, or so they feel in the standings. 2-2. Willis almost telling himself as he delivers those last couple of pitches, I guess if I'm going to miss, I'm tired of missing up and away.
Yeah, he just having trouble finding that arm slot early in the game here. Big pitch here.
First breaking ball, and it's outside. 3-2 the count. All fastballs. That's the first breaking ball. 1 out. He's thrown 21 pitches. 7 have been strikes. 28-year-old left-hander out of the Bay Area, Oakland, California. Hard ground ball. Mark Reynolds. There's one. On to first. He did it again. He did it again. Could not find the strike zone. Couldn't feel his fingers the way he wanted to. All he knows at times is sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And there's no way to score that. manager A.J. Hinch, a series win over Colorado, hoping for a 4-game series win over Atlanta. The skipper's lineup, as he penciled it in today, is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Kelly Johnson at the top, then it's Connor Jackson, Stephen Drew, Justin Upton. Adam LaRoche is at first, Reynolds, and then Gerardo Parras had a great homestand. John Hester catches. Dontrell Willis can handle the bat very effectively. And as you pencil it in at home, we remind you again, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. We hope you're scoring at home with us. Thomas J. Hansen, he's 23 years old. He is officially a phenom, and he is a top prospect for these Atlanta Braves as he fires a strike over the inside corner. Mr. Hansen was knocked around by these Diamondbacks earlier this year. Overall, it's been a fine season again, though, for a young man just 23 years old, working every 5th day in the big leagues.
Oh, what a beautiful pitch that was. Is that the slider or cutter?
That was a slider. Hard and heavy. And that is what happened. He did strike out 10, but the Diamondbacks had their whacks at him. That was the curveball. That is a foul ball down the line. Kelly's having a great homestand. Better said, he is having a great series against his old club. Hitting .391 on this homestand. And this year, Kelly, 9 hits against the Braves. .346 with a couple of homers. Again, that one runs in. A slider. He'll throw a slider. It averages about 85 miles an hour. Curveball. I mean, a rare changeup.
Gas.
Oh. Fastball blew him away. Let's take a look at the Braves defensively. Omar Infante is 7. Melky Cabrera is 8. Jason Hayward is 9. Troy Gloss 3. Prado 4. Jones 5. Escobar 6. David Ross 2. Tommy Hansen 1. And of course, Jason Hayward in there again today. Nate McLouth is not. And he was still a little bit cloudy this morning. I know Jody talked about it. I had a chance while chatting with Bobby Cox to see the first sights of McLouth through the eyes of Bobby Cox. And
he was still seeing stars, wasn't he?
He definitely. There were birds chirping around his ears as he came in to check in with the skipper.
Kind of like the old Tom and Jerry cartoon.
That's exactly what it was
the
like.
Birds chirping and flying around your head.
Nate said, and he told his manager, so I'm stealing a conversation, listening in on the two of them. He said, Skip, I just hit my head, and just felt a little woozy right away. The neck moves good, though, for McLouth, which is the good news. Two and two the count. Connor having a good homestand. 6 of 15 on this homestand. Hasn't played every day. He's also walked 3 times, so he's on base of 500. He's been on half the time this homestand. And he homered. The other way, Troy Gloss to the bag and in time for the out. Well, maybe, just maybe, again, as the first inning went, Dontrell will find the plate a little bit more. This is how the first inning happened, and it was a check swing from Jason Giambi on a pitch that maybe would have hit him that turned into a double play. He's certainly seeking confidence. He's seeking a peace of mind with regard to throwing strikes because it's not all there.
Yeah, well, zeros should help your confidence, no matter how you're putting them. Like right now, Tommy Hansen is on his way to putting up a much different 0 than Dontrell Willis did. But the bottom line is it's a 0.
Right. Yeah, 14 pitches of the 22 missed out of the zone for Dontrell. 14 of the 22. Inside. Fulton Homes long ball. We love it because $150 is donated to the Central Arizona Mountain Rescue Association if there is a homer, courtesy of Fulton Homes. Curveball. No, that's a slider.
That
1 and 2
slider,
the count.
yeah.
I tell you, the reason I said that initially, rarely do you see a slider with that much depth. I mean, that's straight. That's an elevator shaft.
That is a really good slider. Goodness.
Hansen wanted that one.
Started walking off on Angel Hernandez, didn't he?
Angel thinking, not saying, I'll let you know. Well, the big old right-hander rocks and fires on 2-2, and Steven will hang around. He never sits when he's not pitching. You got to sit a little bit when he is. Conserve some of that energy. That is a curveball. Flip that one up there. Struck out Johnson. And of course, a strikeout is a frontwards K, and you can see the stuff that he throws. There's a difference in the slider and the curveball. It's velocity. Of course, a strikeout looking would be a K backwards. That one is in, and so Stephen Drew reaches on a walk. Kelly Johnson struck out to start things. 3 unassisted. That means that's a ground ball to Troy Gloss right there, number 3. He took it to the bag on his own, and then Stephen Drew with a walk.
And what are the almonds for?
Snacks.
Oh, okay.
They don't stand for anything.
I thought that meant like somebody's hungry.
I am. But no hitter. It would line up to all the hitters. That's a Darren's hungry thing. They're not indicative of anything within the game.
Gotcha.
Here's Justin Upton. Pitches away. 1-0 the count.
Justin hungry for some hits.
Yes.
That's been a tough go for him.
Has he been trying, in your mind, to maybe do too much to will himself through it, overswinging a bit?
Yeah, and that's a possibility, Darren, certainly. But if he is, then that's about the 20th time we've said that about him in his career. Does that make sense?
Sure.
You know, you're always trying hard. I'd love to have a guy that tries too hard rather than a guy that is lazy. But I just think right now, I think he's possibly putting a lot of pressure on himself to be the guy to get this team out of last place. The only thing he can do is be the best right fielder for the Diamondbacks. That's all he can do.
A high strike. And earlier this year, of course, if you'll take a walk with us, that was impressive. A home run against Tommy Hansen, May 15th in that ball game. And you've got to hit it in that ballpark. That play's pretty
it's a big
fair.
ballpark.
Waves at a fastball up and away. 2-2 the count. Hansen drives the runner back to the bag. What's been an interesting run for Hansen, he got rocked by the Reds 4 starts ago. An inning and 2/3, 8 runs allowed. Since then, 3-0 and a 2.4 ERA. That put him right where he needed to be.
Exactly. Sometimes you need a wake-up call in this game.
Stevens gone, and the pitch is called strike 3. Doesn't matter. Upton fires the bat, fires the helmet away. So that, of course, unfortunately, would be the backwards K. That means the walk is stranded. You're a fan of the tomahawk chop. Uh-oh, I hear the bullpen phone ringing.
Uh-oh. Which tells me that Dontrell's fingers or hand might be bothering him.
That may be the loudest phone in the world, because we literally can hear it from up here without any of our microphones. Jody, what was going on down there with Dontrell in his hand? What'd you see?
Well, it just appears that he's looking down at his nail on his left hand, and I don't know which nail, but you can see him. He just did it again, and it seems to be bothering him. He seems to be concerned by it. He and Mel Stottlemyre Jr. went down inside, out of the dugout and inside. I don't know if they went all the way into the clubhouse, but it definitely seems to be a concern, and you can see Dontrell looking down at the nail.
Thank you, Jody. That is ball 4. Well, obviously, heading into this outing, we did not hear anything about any issues with the fingers, the fingernails. Been around while he has taken batting practice all the days in between, and there haven't been any mention, certainly from the manager and the pitching coach. So this has sprung up today, and it appears to be causing some sort of discomfort as he fires a strike to Omar Infante. Pitch is low, and the count is 1-1. Young man, a Cubs 8th round draft pick back in 2000, Willis. The 1-1. Pitch is high, 2-1 the count. Our Geico quote when he was given the opportunity, fell in love certainly with this game, and despite the struggles, I love this game. You have to respect it and appreciate it. To this day, I still love playing baseball. Dontrell Willis, our Geico quote. And he shows it. The hard thing, I think, for Dontrell, as that one is lifted into right field. Justin is there to make the play for the out. Is that, look at Snyder checking on him again. I think, Gracie, the hardest thing, I'm sorry, Hester out there, the hardest thing for Willis is he does love this game. It's evident and it's real. I mean, we've watched it. It is not something that he does just for the cameras or for his teammates that are watching. He truly does love and respect this game of baseball. It's that right now the hardest days for him, unfortunately, are every 5th day. Yeah,
respect it, love it. But sometimes this game can be very cruel. I mean, very cruel. And the last couple of years, you can see the grimace, like something hurting on Dontrell Willis when he throws the baseball. You could see that grimace right there when he stepped off and made that snap throw.
Big jump, Hester's throw, not in time. So a stolen base by Escobar. Let's go back to what Gracie saw, folks.
The throw, golly.
That's not even on a throw to the plate. Now Joe West has seen something with Dontrell Willis, and they're having a conversation here.
He called another situation where he went to his mouth. That's a ball.
So Willis went to his mouth, didn't wipe on a jersey or a pant leg.
So now it should be 1-1. Yes, the count is 1-1 now, folks.
1-1 the count. You can now in baseball go with your hand to your mouth on the mound, on the dirt. What you've got to, as Ross takes a strike, you've got to wipe it on your jersey or your pant leg. West called it earlier in this series. It was a ball when there were 3 balls already with Blaine Boyer on the mound, and it meant it was a walk.
And I think it looked like Dontrell was maybe chewing on a fingernail or chewing on a hangnail, whatever's bothering him. Well, even then you got to wipe.
Yes.
It's not just a matter of licking your fingers. If your hands or your fingers are near your mouth, and all you young kids out there, keep your fingers out of your mouth, please. And if you do, You got to wipe them off, preferably with something sanitary.
I like that. Into right field, Upton is over, and he makes the play for the second out. Still checking out that hand. And that hand right on the ball.
You're not allowed to do that. That is the proper call from Joe West.
Well, talk about an umpire in this role, the attention to detail you are supposed to have.
That's illegal. Once again, he's right on the button. Tough to sneak much past Joe, isn't it?
Let's just make sure if we cover this game of baseball, as I may editorialize here for just a moment, as you find Joe maybe seeking out a chance to make a comment about pace of play in a game, which he did earlier this year, point out the attention to detail in the job he does. Melky Cabrera grounded out to Stephen Drew. Attention to detail for Dontrell Willis. Fingernails, hands. That man's watching all of it. So are we. It's been interesting, hasn't it? Text poll. Dontrell muddles his way through this outing. Do you enjoy scoring at home? A, yes. B, no. Or C, I haven't ever tried. A, B, or C. 36929. 36929. And I want to offer up again our score sheets. Greg Schulte's score sheet is on there as well. The fine radio voice of the Diamondbacks.
I used to love scoring at home, didn't you?
Right up top, Gracie. Where can they click?
Keep score with Darren and Sutton and Grace right up there.
And you can get your printable scorebook page. And you can see all the things that we note in our book. Well, this is an ongoing effort for Mel Jr. And trust me,
this is straight babysitting. It's tutoring.
Well, you know what?
It's coaching.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him in recognizing the pitcher that needs it and the pitcher that wants to be left alone. Because there are some pitchers that don't want their coach sitting there all the time. Obviously, Willis wants that right now.
After a leadoff walk, it was really clean after that. Started throwing the ball over the plate, getting ahead. I'm sure it's just constant encouragement.
1-2 the count. Tough homestand for Adam, as you can see. And that curveball is fouled off at the plate. Baseball fans, boy, you can now make your own cool play. Chaz Roberts invites you to help Arizona family stay cool this summer as the count is 1-2. Swings over the top of a slider. LaRoche goes down. And here's what you do. You nominate a deserving family to win a new air conditioning system. For details, go to ChazRoberts.com/coolplay. It's Chaz Roberts, Carrier, and Goodman. And certainly a lot of good feedback on that. Boy, look at that. That's a smile with some dimples there. Enjoying the ball game with Dad. Mark Reynolds breaks his bat, and it looks like he'll be all right.
We had a good luck kid here last night.
We did have a good luck young man. He looks pretty lucky.
I think you might be right.
Well, that's great. Look right over his shoulder, by the way, Gracie. Someone's enjoying a major
big old
dog.
sandwich or a dog. Yeah, that's a dog.
Mm-hmm. That's how you.
Oh man.
Yeah! That's how you go to a ball game.
Get after it. Man after my own heart there. That guy ain't eating almonds.
I just was going to say that. I knew
yeah,
you'd go
see,
down that road.
Ain't no almonds with those fellas. Those guys are probably ex-ball players. They ain't eating unsalted almonds.
The 1-1. And he knows they're unsalted, folks, because he tried some, I'm sure, at some point, and quickly
terrible.
spit them out. 2-1 the count.
I need some fattening stuff. Come on, man.
Good, hard slider. Dives down and away to Mark. I'll tell you this. If I'm down there sitting in the seats, which we are able to do a couple times a year on off days, that's exactly what I'm eating, too. And be eating hot dogs every night at the ballpark when I'm here. As that one just off the plate. Boy, 96 miles an hour. Folks, it's gifted arm.
Impressive.
Oklahoma boy, born in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh my goodness, fastball buried it in. And the play is made. So that 3-1 there. 3 being the first baseman, Troy Gloss, and he fed it to the
pitcher covering. See, the first baseman is 3, the pitcher is 1. Now let's watch what happens on the play. All right. There's Troy Gloss. He's the 3. And he throws it over to Hansen, who's the 1. So that score that 3-1 in your scorebook. So you're starting to get it out there, folks. Just work with us. It's fun. Keeps you in the ball game.
I would agree. We have to stay in the ball game. And I remember when I was young, coming and keeping score, getting the pencil and the score sheet. The 0-1 to Gerardo Parra. By the way, we're going to visit next door the radio booth and take a peek at the score sheets. There they are. Scoring. And see how we all are different, folks.
Yeah, Greg uses different colored pens.
That's exactly right. It looks like the strikeout is in red. If I'm going to follow along with Greg, the strikeout is in red, so he can, which is a very wise move by a broadcaster. It's easy to count your strikeouts then. 1-2 the count. And Tom Candiotti.
1-2 strikes.
Inviting all of us to his score sheet. Come on in, check it out. Yeah, see, L9. And he's a color guy, it looks like.
Yeah, he uses the different colors as well. Yeah, he uses blue.
He's hamming it up a little bit too much for us, so we want to ask him just to play along, be straight for the camera, saying hi to people. He's got his notes, some game notes, notes on Willis, notes on Henson right there that he keeps. Slider, off-speed pitch, keeps the ball in the park. Pitcher, a former big league pitcher with some notes on the pitchers. That makes sense. And then in the back of the
Leo,
booth,
who once again is doing nothing. Come on, Leo, where's your scorebook? Leo.
He's got to have the stopwatch, make sure they get him on. It's all right there.
Ah, that's true.
That's exactly right.
You know what? I forgot that about Leo. That's true. All up there in the noggin. Oh, gotta love Leo.
Parra, high fly center field. Melky Cabrera puts it away. Isn't it funny? We go to the radio booth. We don't show the faces of either announcer, but we show the face of Leo. Oh, and of course, our good friend Joe. For the game, presented with a keepsake, if you will, a trophy, and the coaching staff for the Diamondbacks respectful in coming out alongside manager A.J. Hinch to honor Bobby Cox now in between innings as he goes right back to work barking at the umpire. That one is fouled off. He was presented with a memento for his legendary career, and then here just a moment ago between innings, again it was mentioned here on the scoreboard, and Cox received a nice ovation here. His final visit to Chase Field.
Very classy move by the D-backs organization to do that for Bobby Cox. Bobby's a guy that'd rather keep it low-key and probably doesn't want all that attention.
You're exactly right. But he deserves it.
Absolutely.
Scott Geyer doing a nice job, our boss, putting that together.
Right. It's only right.
That pitch is away. 1-2 the count. Scotty G.
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, those aren't almonds.
Good call, good call.
It's a big ice cream bar. I like it.
The 1-2.
Scotty.
Waves at a fastball down and away. Well, I'll tell you, strike throwing. He's finding the zone a little bit more. He's thrown a lot of pitches.
Yeah. And he still hasn't given up a run in a Diamondbacks uniform.
No. And all of that, let's be truthful, was hanging in the balance in his very first inning in this game.
He's still griping about that finger, though, isn't he?
Nothing wrong with that. Right down the middle. This is how we will keep track today. As you see, a walk and a balk for Prado. As that one is away. One and one the count. Bouncing ball, and it's a foul ball. You have to go ways back to see the last time Dontrell had back-to-back no-run games. It was 2005 in June at the Angels. 7 innings, and it was shutout baseball. And then at Atlanta, of all teams, he threw a shutout in that one. Fastball just missed. Pretty good pitch there. 2-2 the count. Oh, so we had the wild pitch. That's right. He did end up at third. Good job out there, guys. I failed to mention that. 3-2 the count. Line drive, left field, base hit. Broke his bat, but the bat dies a happy death. And for Prado, he picks right back up. He had an 0 for last night, and that snapped a 12-game hitting streak. He has 82 hits already this year.
He's having a heck of a year.
So Dontrell now against Jason Hayward. He got Hayward to fly out to center field back in the first inning. As you can see, the F8.
And then the one down in the lower corner means the first out of the inning.
Do you keep that in your book?
I do not.
I do not either.
No, there's no right and wrong. Do it the way you want. Some people get a lot more detailed than others. Me personally, I don't write the 1 or the 2 or the 3 as far as the outs are concerned. Glide to center, 8. That's the center fielder. And he's blowing away the field.
He is way ahead of your favorite player. That one is fouled off.
Who is he ahead of?
Ryan Braun.
I am a big Ryan Braun fan.
Well, I'd like to be, but Troy Tulowitzki should have clearly been the Rookie of the Year that year. And so I just can't go there.
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh, good to have Charlie Brown's mom in the other room. 0-2 the count.
Hey, you've come full circle on Troy Tulowitzki, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. After all, I have teenage daughters, or at least one, and he's a big fan of the Miley Cyrus music, so that's what he plays. That is his walk up to the plate. So anyone that has that kind of music playing, you have to root for. Now, I have come around, though. You've come around with me, haven't you? It's good to have you on board.
Dontrell peeks in, and he'll come set. Instead, he'll throw over to first base. And another balk. Another balk was called. And again by Angel Hernandez.
Well, I'd like to see this one again because I had a hard time honestly discerning. And usually I clearly see balks.
Okay. I guess he's saying that he's stepping too much towards home plate.
I think it may be in part that entire upper body tilt towards the plate as well. That may be part of the reason.
Well, you're allowed to tilt your body towards home plate as long as you step towards first, aren't you?
I'm not sure. Depends how much you're coming forward. Obviously, the letter of the law is not to deceive the runner.
Well, he just ate Hayward up with a fastball in there. A little soft liner to second.
I'll tell you, as you can see this fastball in, I think hitters at times, because look how much, did you see Hester?
He missed his spot by 3 feet.
Hester looked like he was diving for that ball. I think at times hitters get impatient. They see a pretty straight fastball, and he is effectively wild in this case. I mean, Hester looked like it was a wild pitch he had to stop. Here's Chipper Jones, and a good-looking break ball.
Nice breaking ball there, wasn't it?
That's the best one he has thrown. Chipper, as you can see, last time up, walked. And part of that 5-4-3 double play was erased. Fastball just missed. 1-1 the count. Jones 1 for 10 on the series, standing pat at 429 home runs. He's 18 doubles away from 500. You shared with all of us as you reach that number, what a special number that is to reach for a hitter. I'm guessing that plays somewhere in his head. 18 doubles.
It's still a lot to go.
It's a lot of doubles, you bet. Breaking ball.
Nice one there.
2-2 the count. Chipper, just for the sake of discussion, had 23 doubles last year, 24 the year before, 42 doubles in 07. Pops that one foul. Hey, we've got a great idea for Father's Day.
What's that?
Tickets to the D-backs and Yankees series. Lower level tickets are still available with the D-backs 6-pack. Call 602-462-4794 for tickets. And visit dbacks.com/6-pack. The D-backs, the Yankees. Gracie and I will be here as well, so wave up to us.
It's going to be awesome.
Can't wait for that series. The 2-2 to Chipper. Beat him with a fastball. You know what he did early in this inning? First couple of strikes he threw 85 miles an hour. So in other words, I'm just dialing everything back. Strikes are what's most important.
Yeah, I hope that's what he's thinking.
Not now. The big difference in Joe Borowski, former big league pitcher and our analyst on the pre and the post game show, educated us. There's a difference between just dialing back, being peaceful on the mound, and then aiming. You don't want to aim the ball.
Guide it, aim it. You want to throw it. Let it fly. Let it fly with confidence.
Right back to the mound. Dontrell makes the play. A little flip. Well, so far so good. As a Diamondback now, it's been 10 innings. No runs allowed. He gets the balk explanation right there. An eye on that as John Hester leads things off. Hanson goes to work and a two-seam fastball. 0-1 the count. Camp day here at the ballpark. Love it. I mean, there are kids everywhere in this stadium. We already have had a lot of families, a lot of youngsters, but more than 6,500 kids and counselors and volunteers and families. And we'll mention throughout the day some of our visitors as that is a breaking ball for a strike. 200 different camps participating. Sensational summer camp. Valley of the Sun YMCA. Lifetime fitness locations.
You can see that one counselor. You sit down.
They got their snacks and they got their signs. They're ready to cheer. 2-2. Line drive and a base hit for Hester. Something to cheer about for young and old as Hester gets it going. Taking a look ahead at what's brewing. The St. Louis Cardinals are coming to town. Jaime Garcia, how about that for a rookie year?
There's a nice draw for Rodrigo again, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He is a top gun. I mean, elite. We'll explain more about him. Ottavino, a top prospect as well. And then, of course, Chris Carpenter.
Ball should be flying out of here all weekend, huh?
Dontrell squares to bunt and takes a strike over the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Jones way in at third. Chris Carpenter, all he has done is gone 7-1 with a 2.5 ERA this year. Yep, just another walk in the park for these Diamondbacks. Nobody said June would be easy, though. Drops it down.
Nicely done, Dontrell Willis.
The other side of the ball, the side of the ball he was not able to play for 2+ years in the American League. You and I have talked about this.
He handles the bat well. He deadens it perfectly right back towards the box. Only play is first base. Hanson got him. Nicely done by Dontrell Willis. Setting up Kelly Johnson.
Or as we call him up here, hard hitting Kelly Johnson.
He has been that in 2010. And then some.
That one is a hard slider down and in. Johnson struck out swinging on a breaking ball for the first out, as you can see, back in the first inning. Boy, we really hope you're scoring at home with us. That one is fouled off at the plate. There are all kinds of initials you can use. We've talked about some of you put a W for walk. You can put a BB for walk for base on ball. Then there's WW. Phil Rizzuto used to put that in.
Yes. Well, that was if he needed a break. He'd take a break.
And he would put, as that one is a breaking ball for a strike. WW was for wasn't watching.
I wasn't watching, so I don't know what he did.
There are times in our full and honest disclosure, folks, late in ball games, maybe 13-1 games, where we'll be talking, Gracie and I will just write out. Because you and I will be talking, it will go through.
And it's really not important how he made the out. He's just out.
He's out. The 1-2. That one goes right back to the screen. 1-2 the count. There are also times when a game ends in a wild manner when you and I are talking about it. Then we get right down to the post-game interview, then a post-game show that we'll host where we'll have to open the book back up and just kind of finish up what happened in the game.
Yeah, we forgot.
Guys scoring. I mean, we're showing it to you, but for posterity's sake, you have to keep the book up to date. The 1-2. Curveball. Backed off on that one.
Gives me an opportunity to tell you right now, folks, that voting is now open for the 2010 All-Star Game in Anaheim. Send deserving players to the All-Star Game. Vote early, vote often, vote now at dbacks.com. They're keeping score out in the bleachers.
And that's an option, too. I mean, just make your own book.
Yeah.
Keep it however you want.
Bring the school notebook or whatever it is.
I mean, that is just a homemade book. I think the key for scoring, and this is going to be something very obvious, is that when you open it up and you read it, you understand how the game went. And it's not for anybody but you.
That's exactly right. Just keeps you in the game. Makes you pay attention. I like it.
One and two, the count to Kelly Johnson. Good take. It's in. Don't forget, by the way, you can visit FoxSportsArizona.com. Right up top there, keep score with Sutton and Grace. You can click for printable scorebook page if you want to see pages we use. Burn a few. Do it for a while. See what you think. On Gracie's page, you will not find WHIP, OPS plus, and ERA plus.
No, you will not.
You will on mine. And nor on his. That's old school. I love that. 2-2.
And there's also scorebooks that you can keep strikes and balls and what the count was when whatever happened. If it was a 2-1 pitch that was doubled down the right field line, there's scorebooks that have that. I personally don't keep that detailed a scorebook, but a lot of people do.
Yeah, you bet. You're right. You can draw the line where the ball went, dotted line for a ground ball. Looks like a gentleman that goes to a lot of baseball games. As that one is a slider, and it missed high.
There's the BB. Base on balls.
Now he's keeping track on his running total on the far end, so he struck out a walk so far.
Angel Hernandez barking at Bobby Cox. Bobby always barking about balls and strikes, so Angel Hernandez letting him know that the ball's outside. More ejections than any manager in the history of the game.
And they're all for his guys.
Exactly, for all the right reasons.
He got hushed a little bit there. He didn't like. He literally got hushed, and you could see on his face.
And the pitch was outside.
Right.
But he wants it.
As that one misses away. 1-0 the count. Six 100-win seasons for Bobby Cox. 6 as a manager. One and one the count. Chipper Jones telling you, and I thought it was a fabulous comparison, that he's that grandpa that always had a little something in his wallet for you. Slide you 20. What he just did right there for Hansen was sliding him a 20.
Slide him a 20.
Proving to the young pitcher that I'm here over there for you. I don't want you to think that you're out there alone.
Well, what it is he doesn't want Hansen arguing with umpires. I'll do the arguing with the umpires. Don't you worry about it.
The 1-2. Whips outside with a slider. 2-2 the count. Connor grounded out to first back in the first inning. 6 for 16 on this homestand. Still hitting just .241 on the year coming in. One hit for each one of these clubs. Bouncing ball. That's a fair ball. Chipper was way off the line. Come on down, John Hester. Connor hustling on around with the slide. He's in there with the double and an RBI. 10 doubles on the year for Connor Jackson, and the Diamondbacks lead it 1-0.
This looks like a slider, Darren, and he just goes down and hooks past Chipper Jones, who was off the line by, like you said, at least 25 feet. Hester comes around to score after a leadoff base hit, a successful bunt by Dontrell Willis. Ryan Roberts likes it. Now a big opportunity for Stephen Drew. And with a struggling Justin Upton on deck, it's going to be interesting to see if they go after Drew here or not, Darren.
Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from Colorado. They have taken 2 of 3 from Atlanta. Change up, strike one. Boy, that may be the first one he's thrown. You
I
see
think it is.
Steven walked back in the first inning.
Well, all you need right here is just a ground ball to the second baseman, and you got a 2-0 game. Just need some contact.
Inside, 1-1 the count. Steven on this homestand has 5 runs batted in, hitting just .238 on this homestand. emptying the bases the other night with a triple, bases loaded triple. Painting, but he didn't get the call. Tried to grab the outside corner. Bobby, hands up in the air. You could see him down there. He's barking again at Angel.
Bobby's still barking at Angel.
Angel's hearing him. Two and one to count.
Looks could kill.
Breaking ball, that was a slider, and Steven just fights it off, and into the seats it goes. 2-2 the count.
Wow, you immediately get your snack after you get the baseball. Nice.
Two and two the count. Runners on second and third. Hanging around. A single by John Hester started the inning. Then a sacrifice bunt. Up top, then you have a walk. And then a double. And for an RBI there, I just put a notch with a circle around it. Just one RBI. And down here, obviously, when he scored, I fill in. There's your run. Fill in the diamond. The 2-2. That's high, 3-2. Any big differences for you on how I do things there?
We're almost identical as far as that's concerned.
It is nice. We are very similar. The only real difference is just that mine's better.
Well, I didn't write down the time and temperature of the hit that you did.
3-2 the count. Just ran that slider in, so he hits it into the upper deck where it stays. Very similar, as you said, though, on scoring this inning.
Well, you got the base hit, and he went to second on a sacrifice. I've written the sacrifice down. Up here, you've got the walk to Kelly Johnson and the double to Connor Jackson. And no almonds.
Waves over that when it gets away. Streaking to the plate and scoring easily is Kelly Johnson. And both the pitcher and the catcher trying to get the baseball. And by the way, that base was unoccupied. So reaching on the strikeout as well there is Stephen Drew. So a wild pitch scores the run. A wild pitch also allows him to reach on a drop third.
Ross just never got his glove down. It got him right off the right spike. When the run scores, Kelly Johnson easily. Stephen Drew, even though he strikes out, gets to first base. So they decide to go after Stephen Drew there, and they got the strikeout, Darren. But even that didn't work out. So some gifts being given by the Atlanta Braves here this afternoon.
Right here, strikeout number 4. K with a 4 by it, but then at the bottom, a wild pitch, which allows the runner to reach. And I write a second wild pitch up top because that allows the run to score right there. And obviously, let me finish here. Connor Jackson has moved to third as well. So Connor right there moves to third. K number 4, but he reached on a wild pitch.
And then also on there, Darren has written down that Stephen Drew's blood type is A positive.
Thank you very much. Here's Justin. 2-0 the score. Fastball is away. 1-0 the count. I write that, though, in invisible ink so that when it gets under my ultraviolet light later at night, I can reach it.
You can reach it.
I don't want the viewers to see all that. That's top secret stuff. Blood type, not public knowledge. Pickoff throw. Isn't it interesting, too? Hansen, as great as he has been his last 3 starts, Diamondbacks managed to eke out a pretty strong game against him. Though they struck out 10 times. They knocked him around for 5 runs. That was back in May.
Oh, Justin got his pitch. Justin got his pitch. Took a mighty rip at it. I mean, that is just, whoo. You hate to let a pitcher get away with that one with a guy on third. less than 2 outs. That's one you can drive in 3 with there. Got him to chase one higher than high.
1-2 the count. One and two on Upton, maybe a little bit of luck to go along with that aggression. And our lucky young man is enjoying some snacks at the yard. He is ready to roll. The 1-2. Outside corner, strike 3.
Another strikeout looking here for Justin Upton. 82 strikeouts now.
And 5 on the game for Hansen.
Awfully good pitch there. But once again, he had a 2-0 fastball right down the middle, Darren, that he didn't do anything with. You can see the frustration starting to mount for Justin.
Tap dance is out of the way. A slider that is in. Now we showed you that K a moment ago. We were saying that earlier. A backwards K is a strikeout looking. No swing. Frontwards K is a swing strikeout. Slow roller and a couple of runs in the inning. LaRoche is erased. RBI for Jackson. The other run scores on a wild pitch. Keeping score at home. Keeping score however you like. Keep those zeros up there, young man. The hitter's numbers. There's Gracie's original book as well. Now starting to fill it in. You guys at home are keeping me honest today. This is the most focused I've been on scoring in my book all year. And for Willis, as he goes back to work, misses outside. The first 5 batters went to 3-ball counts. First 5 batters in the game. See Troy grounded into a double play. As that one is outside. The last 7 batters, only 1 3-ball count.
And a 3-ball count.
There you go. What do you think about that? If you can go Prado, Hayward, Jones, Gloss, Escobar, and all of them have 3-ball counts, and you don't give up a run, you're doing something right. 3-1.
You're making the pitches when you need to.
So a walk to Troy Gloss. Nice. I get to miss my nap for this.
I like that. Oh, they got a littler one over there with Mom.
Let's take a look at our AT&T trivia question.
She was ready for a nap, I think.
Why is the shortstop position number 6?
Because Stephen Drew's number is 6, and he's the shortstop. There we have it, folks. I'm glad that was a really good question. I'm glad I was able to answer that for you.
Sounds like a buzz to me. So we'll still be seeking the right answer.
That's not right.
That is a strike to Escobar, 0-2. Well, the only reason I say is there have been other shortstops, I think, in the game besides Stephen Drew that have worn other numbers.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Because Bobby Cox's number is 6.
Well, now you're talking. But that's the wrong answer. He was a third baseman as well. Bobby would be a third baseman, not a shortstop when he played with the Yankees.
Okay. I'm going to come up with the answer.
Into the seats it goes.
Oh, Hall of Fame Celtic Bill Russell. He was a great shortstop when he was a young player. He was number 6. That's why it's Bill Russell.
And, of course, there was a shortstop for the Dodgers by the name of Bill Russell. And he wore number 18. And that, of course, is yet another wrong answer. That one is outside. 2-2 the count to Yunel Escobar. Dontrell looking for a double play. Rolled one up in the first inning. And has rolled up 10 of them now this year. That has not been a strike. That part of the plate, which is definitely would have been an extended corner. 3-2 the count.
0-2 to 3-2 here for Willis. Well, once again, seems like you say it every inning with Dontrell, but huge pitch right here. Back-to-back walks.
Mercury tonight, as you can see, going head-to-head with Minnesota. We'll have it for you on Fox Sports Arizona. Omar Infante. Now again, Dontrell, as you look at our Amica Insurance hit zone. Well, I look at that hit zone, and if I read that correctly, I'll dispute it. Up and in. I saw up and in a blue. Up and in, watching him hit this series.
It's got to be disputed.
You could throw one for his ear hole, and he'd triple left. I'm disputing it. It's an official dispute. As that one, there he gets the inside corner. 0-2 the count.
That one was more on the plate.
But we love the hit zone. Still hoping to put one on the ground here. Infante flied to right back in the second inning. 4 for 4 in game 1 of this series. Breaking ball just off the plate. One and two the count, 2-0 the score. Big swing, and he fouls that one off. So we'll do it again. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Breaking ball. That big swing almost corkscrewed himself into the ground there.
He hasn't at all since he's been throwing strikes, been worried about his finger. Must be feeling better. That one is low.
For the Diamondbacks, 2 runs, 2 hits, and no errors. They've stranded 3. For the Braves, no runs on 1 hit and no errors. They, too, have stranded 3. 2-2. That goes to the backstop, and that is a wild pitch. We've had a couple of balks. We've had a ball charge for a pitcher going to his mouth, and now another wild pitch. That's his second of the game.
Well, once again, he's taken an 0-2 count to a 3-2 count. And this one just misses so badly. No chance there for Hester. And this called officially asking for it here.
Please win. We love that. We like when you say please. Please and thank you. 3-2. Into right field. Upton will square it up. Lost tags. Come on down. There is the first run driven in against Dontrell Willis as a Diamondback. So 2-1 is the score for Infante.
Well, look how big that wild pitch looms now.
The wild pitch you're talking about right there that sends the runner to third right there, and that's filled in. Now you see sac fly and the notch with a circle around it for an RBI. Right there, the walk, and I got to, while you guys are watching, move him to third. He's now on third.
If that fly ball would have happened one pitch earlier, it would still be first and second, nobody out.
That's exactly right.
Instead, it's a sac fly. It's 2-1, and the runner's on third.
Breaking ball, and it's strike one. I tell you, this scoring show, I want to thank Mark Rita, our producer, for coming up with it and putting in all the hard work. We're having fun. You having fun scoring?
Loving it. I have fun scoring every night. I like being the professor, like you called me earlier.
Yes.
Like that.
You are certainly the professor. That was one of the fine nicknames given to someone who I was lucky to call a friend. No longer. He is retired now, but voice of the Braves, Pete Van Wieren.
Oh, good man.
Pop foul up over our heads. Good try, Gracie. Wow, you almost had it. Wow. He was up.
I was after it. It just got up over me on that side. Golly. What do you got?
Well, 30 love it. 15 no, and then 55 have not tried. You can get yourself some popcorn at home and just score the game.
All right, now we're ready.
Pop foul again coming back. Good try over there. And of course, that was in
Jim Gentonio over there of the Arizona Republic with a nice play. I'm going to give him some applause.
That was a great play over there. How about that?
And Steve Gilbert was running away from it.
He always does. Yeah, Jim did a great job over there. Steve crawled into the desk.
He's just now coming out.
Base hit left field. So we are tied at 2. David Ross with an RBI. By the way, up top there, keep score with Sutton and Grace. Click on that one. And also at the team shop, they make nice scorebooks as well you can pick up. Has all the opportunities to score.
I'll tell you what, I saw some fish with some nasty teeth. Scary.
Right there.
You got that at the team shop, did you?
I did.
Nice. Look at this guy here. Are you kidding me?
I wondered what you were talking about. I had no idea.
That's a scary. It's like, man.
You were the Joe West of noticing websites. The 1-1 is scalded to center field, going back in his car. Boy, he got torched. It was well struck. They will stop the runner at third. So with 1 out, I thought they might give it a go with Ross. Parra looked like maybe got a late break on it. I don't want to undersell how hard it was hit, though.
It was hit hard, but Parra got beat on the fly, no question. Now this ball is smoked. Watch Parra. Well, he hesitated a little bit. I don't know if he'd have been able to catch it anyway, though, Darren. It was hammered. All of a sudden, Dontrell's ball game is starting to scuffle a little bit.
So now Tommy Hanson, he struck out back in the third inning. Infield comes in on the corners all the way in, about 2 steps back on the middle of the infield. The outfield plays Hanson like a pitcher the other way. And that's inside. 1-0 the count. Willis pauses. Was hoping to get that corner.
Now, if you're thinking squeeze, boy, that's a dangerous thing to do when a guy is this wild like Willis is. Perfect.
1-1. There's the frontwards K. The struck out swinging back in the second inning. A little topper. Willis off the mound, looks at the runner, shoots it on over.
He is an athlete on the mound, isn't he? Never panics, makes the play, checks, and throws a strike over to first base.
So now Martin Prado. Prado walked, was stranded in the first, singled, and was stranded in the third, was balked twice, as you can see, an extra base. Huge moment in this ball game, hanging in the balance as the slider is high. 1-0 the count. We talked about it earlier. Prado with 82 hits this year. Two our score.
That went behind him, didn't it?
Literally went behind him, if not between the legs.
Somehow, some way, Hester came up with it. That's a great job by Hester to even catch that baseball.
Oh, my goodness.
Tough pitch to lay off. He wasn't trying to hit him, folks.
Now time is called by Hester. "89 pitches, 45 strikes, 44 balls. The 2-0. 3-0 the count as that one misses outside. Cesar Valdez warming. Trying to save this inning. A 3-0 breaking ball.
Go talk to him. We need Valdez to get ready as soon as possible.
Six walks.
Guy that doesn't walk very many. Dan Herron, wouldn't you say?
I would agree.
First 15,000 fans of this Saturday's game can pick up the Dan Herron 09 All-Star bobblehead. Call 602-462-4794 for tickets or register to win the entire 2010 bobblehead collection at dbacks.com/bobbleworld.
He likes almonds. Look at him.
Nope, I hate those almonds. Put some
Hanging
salt
out.
on them, they might be all right.
Oh, yeah. Eat healthy, says Dan.
I'm eating popcorn with lots of butter, folks.
Willis fires a strike. 0-1 the count. Bases full of Braves, as you can see. Fly to center, pop to second. And the young phenom awaits an 0-1. Huge cut, 0-2 the count.
93 he reached back and got there. When he gets ahead 0-1, he lets it fly, Darren. I mean, that is right past Jason Hayward, the phenom. Can he do it again? Can he wiggle out of another inning?
He said he went around. They called it strike 3. It was called at home plate by Angel Hernandez. He did. He wiggled out of it again. 2 runs scored, though, in the inning. There were 3 walks in the inning. You be the umpire at home.
He did.
Reynolds pops it up. It's coming our way, Gracie, and it's down below. And it's a souvenir down below. Folks enjoying one. Nice, attaboy. And he was able to see the ball, too, as he looked up towards the sun with those shades on. That was a good decision, because you don't want to lose the ball in the sun.
Well, Darren, really, there's really no need for the shades because the roof is closed this afternoon.
Oh, wait, you're right. I just looked up. Dontrell. Now, those are sharp. Those ladies, if they feel comfortable in shades, I'm good with that.
I agree.
How about that? Fastball, 0-2, just right down the middle. All right, let's answer our trivia question. That is 6 strikeouts. Talking about the shortstop, position number 6. Well, back in the old days, when you looked at the infield, the shortstop was considered a rover between the numbered infielders and the outfielders. So you went 1, 2, then 3, 4, 5. 6 was the rover, the shortstop, if you will, and then 7, 8, 9.
It's really not the answer. It's because Stephen Drew is number 6 and he plays shortstop.
Henry Chadwick, back in the 1870s, one of the early sports writers that founded and was one of the first scorers and helped us get to where we are today with regards to the communication that is scoring. Take a look at our Amica Insurance hit zone. I don't know if when Chadwick built scoring, I don't know if he had anything to do with the hit zone. as that one is fouled off. And there are the positions by numbers. There's the Rover.
Steven Drew right there. That's the reason.
The 2-1. Were you good to him, Chadwick, when he'd interview you as a sports writer?
You know, he was fair. He was fair. We had a good relationship when I would take the trains back east.
The 3-1. It's a real tired bit, isn't it? What are you, 3 years older than me?
I'm going to be 46 years old in a couple of weeks. How old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay.
I don't look a day over 51 either. That's the good news. 3-2 the count. High fly ball in center field. That one is put away. Scorecard from the first perfect game, part of our Chaz Roberts Cool play from back in 1880.
And that was Harry Chadwick writing that in there?
I don't know if that was or not. Lee Richmond, the perfect game in that one. Boy, look at that beautiful scorebook.
How did I do in that game in 1880 there, Darren?
You were on the bench. It was early in your career. Here we go.
Let's see. Grace. Back in 1980. Yeah, there it is right there. Struck out my first 2 at-bats. Old Lee Richmond had good stuff that day. He threw a perfecto against us.
Look at how they numbered the positions or lettered the positions. You had the B for the second baseman, C third baseman, H the catcher.
Well, why?
It's a different way to do it. A first base, B second base, third. Very interesting. Swing right through it. Hansen mowed him down. 7 strikeouts in the inning. Or in the ball game, I should say. Dontrell looks like he is done. Go head-to-head on one spectacular night as Fox brings you every moment of the 2010 MLB All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July 13th from Anaheim at 5, only on Fox. Cesar Valdez takes over. Dontrell Willis done in this ballgame for Willis. We close the book on the left-hander. It was a tough one today with regard to just finding the strike zone. 4 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, earned 6 walks, 2 strikeouts, and there are the numbers on Cesar Valdez.
We'll find out if we can get a word on what may or may not have been bothering Dontrell Willis's fingers or hands or whatever it was that was making him grimace.
Chipper Jones, 1-0 the count. This ball game is tied at 2. You see he was walked, and then he raced as part of a double play and grounded back to the mound. There's that one. Sails up and out of there. 2-0 the count. Two one, a little roller, hugging the line. Valdez off and unable to grab it. That'll be a swinging bunt and a base hit. Chipper Jones, he is on, and someday he won't be here in the leader of these Atlanta Braves anymore. Gracie, I know you spoke with him about who grabs that torch in the future.
In your mind, when the time comes to pass that torch, who do you think it'll be to?
Well, I think it's sort of been a gradual passing right now to a guy like Brian McCann.
Okay.
Brian is our catalyst out there on the field. He's pretty much running everything from behind the plate. He's a great kid and a great player. He shows up and plays hard every day. And not only that, he's one of the most well-liked guys in the clubhouse. A very fun-spirited kid. He would be the guy. I think from a talent level, it's got to go to the kid, Jason Hayward. But I think it's going to be kind of a mutual torchbearer type thing, like it was with Smoltz and I for the past few years. It'll go to Brian and Jason, and they'll be the guys who will lead by example on a daily basis. They'll show up, they'll play as hard as anybody, and more importantly, they produce at a higher level than most people.
There you go.
More importantly, they produce at a higher level than anybody, which we have said for a long time now, Darren Sutton, that not everybody can be a leader. Not everybody. It's tough for a bench player or a role player to take a leader-type stance in the clubhouse because you're just not out there enough to lead by example. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think McCann, I was hoping he'd say McCann initially, as that one is swung right through. Good slider. And down goes Gloss.
Yeah, the leaders on most of the teams I played were Andre Dawson, Ryan Sandberg, Matt Williams over here in my days with the Diamondbacks. Gonzo, Kurt Schilling. He was a leader. Never played with Gibby, but I'm sure he was probably a guy that commanded that.
Isn't that interesting, though? He did say Smoltz. He did mention John Smoltz. That's a pitcher.
And a Hall of Fame pitcher.
Right. But it's a rare occasion when a pitcher has that role.
Oh, man. Like I said, Kurt Schilling, Todd Stottlemyre, Rick Sutcliffe, Greg Maddux, guys that I played with. Absolutely, they were leaders. Randy Myers.
All days or just the days they pitched?
For a pitcher to be a leader, you have to be just as focused on those other 4 days as you are on the day you pitch. And all those guys I mentioned cared just as much about the team on those other 4 days they weren't pitching than they did they cared just as much. That's how you're a leader as a starting pitcher. And then it helps to be really good.
The 1-1. That pitch is low.
The guys with 5.5 ERAs usually aren't the leaders.
Two our score. The Braves have 4 hits. The Diamondbacks with 2. Atlanta's already stranded 6. Valdez has pitched much better in his last 4 outings. 6 2/3 innings, just 1 earned run allowed. Line drive. Somehow Drew unable to catch that ball. Almost like there was a hole in that glove and it went right on by. It was well struck, no doubt about that.
You can see he just kind of gator arms it. Whoa! And that ball was smoked. I guess that goes as a base hit, huh, Darren?
Yes. So now this young man with the heavy sinker, the good ground ball inducing sinker, hopes to do that against Omar Infante. Valdez deals in that one. Over the inside, 0-1 the count. Cesar has rolled up 2 double plays this year. You can see Omar flied to right, and then the sack 9 is a sacrifice fly to right field, so he gets an RBI. There's a little star for an RBI. One and one the count. The 1-1. And if you're scoring at home with us, we take you into the other side of the booth. Kurt Zacher, our statistician.
He color codes.
Very well organized. Puts out a great page of notes every day, his own notes. The 2-1. And he just instead spins back. We can look over to Kurt Zacher during a long at bat, and we will be told immediately how many pitches in the at bat. So that's how in depth he keeps score.
He keeps the balls and strikes, number of pitches. One of the best in the business, Kurt Zacher.
Off the end of the bat, fly ball into left field. And so again, it was a slider that had him out front. Doesn't throw too many. It's his distant third best pitch, but when you get him out front and you do that, that's all that matters. I'm thinking that green line I see right there, the green line on the book, all the way down, that means the end of the day for Willis.
The end of the day for the starting pitcher.
That is correct.
He guessed correctly.
So now David Ross. Bouncing that one in there. 1-0 the count.
Scott Snyder doing a great job with the handheld camera up here, getting a lot of great shots of the score books. Probably should get a shot of him.
Well, absolutely, we need to get a shot of him getting shots. AC for David Ross. Slide to right.
Base hitting an RBI.
Outside. 2-0 the count. This is the score sheet that is handed out to the media every day. With the lineups typed in. And the guys in the truck use that a lot to keep score. Do a great job, all of our media relations staff and their interns, making sure we all have those. You see the depth chart. That's helpful too late in the game, that depth chart. the bench and the bullpen for both clubs, that as it gets deeper, you can eliminate them if you so choose as a writer or a broadcaster. And of course, down in our camera wells right there, so they can figure out who's coming up next, follow along, lefties and righties, bouncing ball, and it's a foul ball.
Was that Holly's camera? Whose camera was that? Oh, right through the wickets down there. Our Golden Glover.
Two and one the count to David Ross. High fly ball into right center field. Parra chasing, still going, still going. He won't get there to slide into the wall. Did it get up and over? It did. It hit the other side of the wall by the pool. Parra hobbled just a bit.
Diamondbacks get a break there.
Huge break.
That should have been a 2-run double. Instead, it's just a 1-run double. But nevertheless, the Braves have come back and taken the lead here on the Diamondback bullpen. Fastball, middle of the plate. Ross crushes it. Parra gives it everything he's got. He runs out of room. And it bounds over. He's just fine out there in center field. I'm walking this guy right here. I'm facing Tommy Hanson with the bases loaded. Yeah. I'm not facing Melky Cabrera in this situation at all.
So obviously, if you're scoring this one at home, and as that one sails outside, it's the base on ball, but put that I right next to it. Intentional base on ball, just so you know. There's your RBI double up top, and there's the run scoring right there. I, when the pitcher comes out of the game, you saw Zacher had that green line, this little jagged line to remind me there's a change, and there, of course, is a line up top for Dontrell Willis. You see 96 pitches, no homers allowed, 47 of them missed out of the zone.
And also that he has a dog named Spot.
That again is in the invisible ink that can only be seen under the ultraviolet light later on.
Darren's very in depth, folks.
Tommy Hanson, bases loaded. Hanson struck out. He grounded back to the mound in the fourth inning. And he lines it into center field. They're going to send the second runner on around. Parra with a good arm. Here's the throw. Not in time. The pitcher with a huge, huge hit. And a big blow delivered by these Atlanta Braves to the Arizona Diamondbacks. 3 runs in on the inning now. And for Hanson, his second and third runs batted into the year. Ouch.
Well, you walk the number 8 hitter in front of the pitcher. They come out looking for a fastball. Oh, my goodness. Just belt high right down the middle. And even though Hanson, not a hitter, much of a hitter at all, boy, he drives in 2 big runs right there. All this with 2 outs and all this off the Diamondback bullpen. 3 more runs for the fellas down the left field line.
Oh, and 1 the count to Martin Prado. Prado walked, singled, and also walked again in the fourth. He's been balked over a couple of times, as you can see. 5-2 the score. Topper. Here comes Reynolds. Fielding, firing, throwing, not in time. Skipper A.J. Hinch wants an answer on this when he trots out of the dugout. Adam LaRoche.
Rarely argues Adam LaRoche, but he was pretty vehement that he didn't agree with the call of Paul Schreiber.
So the bases are loaded now. Prado with his second hit of the game. He's been on all 4 times. AJ satisfied with the answer. Let's see.
It's a nice play by Reynolds. He does throw it up the line, but LaRoche gets over into foul territory. That's just awfully close. I think he's safe. I think they got the call right there, Darren.
By an eyelash.
I think Paul Schreiber got the call right. This crew has done a very good job in this series, Darren. They've gotten just about every call right.
And the little ones, too. Joe West noticing a pitcher going to his mouth a couple of times. You know the rule we live by up here, folks. First and foremost, that may be one of the most difficult jobs on the field is umpiring. And number 2, if we have to show you 3 and 4 replays, and they got it right either way.
Well, it is a very difficult job, no question, Darren, but these guys are highly trained. They don't just sit around on the couch all winter and do nothing. These guys are constantly honing their skills, constantly trying to get better. And they take a lot of pride in what they do because they have a thankless job, as you said.
Never a home game for the umpires. As that one missed outside, 2-1 the count. You see, when you wear white or navy blue out there on the field, meaning the Diamondbacks or the Braves, half the time you get the home crowd. Get encouraged. Come on, we're with you. You know, when you wear that light blue golf shirt out there and those gray pants, you're always on the road.
Hope you got family members in the crowd.
You may get to, if you're lucky, visit your hometown like when Bruce Fleming used to do a Brewers series. He lived in Milwaukee.
Sure.
But you're still on the road.
Great point.
They're not cheering for you. Line drive into right field. It's a base hit. They'll stop the runner. And then there's, you know, the beautifully typed books. There's the single and there's the RBI, but we've used all 9 spots up. So right here, the 6th inning, that becomes the 5th inning. And we tell everyone, all right, we're going to continue right here, right down here. And then, of course, the 7th becomes the 6th. On and on we go. And we hope to not have to do that again.
We're going to make a pitching change. AJ is going to take the ball from Valdez,
we'll have to do this again.
Who basically got his lunch today.
Chris Young, part of a double switch. Boyer is on. We'll reset when we come back. Chris Young is in center field now. Flip your book over, and you got to change things up. Young will bat in the 9 slot. Blaine Boyer goes to work, as you can see. Boyer now hitting 7th.
So right here, you make your changes in the pitcher spot. So now, Chris Young bats ninth. I'll note that right here when he hits, and then the pitcher spot now goes right there. And that takes you on to part of that double switch. So now we got to go back over, though, because Boyer's working in this inning, the extended fifth inning, unfortunately. A little jagged line. We'll give you the totals up top on Valdez in a bit once it's all official, because those are all his runners out there, Gracie and folks. Chipper takes a pitch that's outside. 1-0 the count. Boyer grew up in Georgia, the Atlanta area, a fan of these Braves and a fan of the man he is facing right now. But there is no time if you're Boyer to be fan. As he looks to get a big third out. You bet. Outside, 2-0 the count. Base is full. Big swing, 95 miles an hour, 2-1 the count. Valdez, at this point, 2/3 of an inning, 6 hits. No hit here, though. But all the runners out there, those are the responsibility of Valdez. The 2-1 from Boyer. 2-2 the count. These Diamondbacks, after a series with the St. Louis Cardinals, we're excited to have the Cardinals come to town. Matter of fact, the Cardinals are here. I want to say hello to the Cardinals that are watching. After that, it's off to Boston. Fenway Park. There's the scoring on the board, as we score digitally here as well in high def. The 2-2. The pitch is low, a sinker, 3-2 the count. It's Boston and Detroit on this next road trip, so really excited to make that trip.
Two very good teams.
And good baseball cities.
Very good baseball cities, no question.
Very different reasons, and they're in very different places right now. Obviously, Detroit going through tough times, but they're still supporting those Tigers. Good crowds. Runners go on 3-2. The 12th bases loaded walk this year issued by Diamondbacks pitching. That, unfortunately, is the highest total in the big leagues.
Let me fill in that run there for Tommy Hanson. And that extra, because I'm left-handed, you can't see it, that extra walk here for Chipper Jones. He's now singled and walked in this inning. And we continue.
Right down the middle. Strike one to Troy Glaus. 7-2 the score. Chipper Jones, by the way, 2,444 hits in his career. That obviously is a walk, but he singled in this inning. 24-44, Troy Glaus. To the bag goes Kelly Johnson, but a big inning for these Braves as they plate 5. And we get busy cleaning up this scorebooks. Those eyes cleaned up. Got something in his eye, but he's all good to go now. Tommy Hansen. And the line on the ball game, 7 strikeouts and 4 innings of work. 2 runs allowed. Quest high-speed internet, high-speed pitch. Dontrell is gone from the game. Tommy Hansen, 96 miles an hour. Quest, a team partner and a proud partner of the Diamondbacks in Fox Sports Arizona. Here's Chris Young. Young takes a strike. 0-1 the count. Catcher and pitching coach talking there.
Like probably asking, what the heck happened out there?
I was talking with John Hester the other day, and it was in the inning in which Gutierrez struggled with a wild pitch, and it cost him a run. But Gutierrez came out solid, got the first runner, commanding a good curveball and a slider. Hester said there are times I wish I could go out there and will it myself. You hope so badly as a catcher, especially when a pitcher like Gutierrez, with his stuff and his disposition, is a great guy. You hope so badly. He said it hurts when you're back there. And I think for a young catcher, too, you take it really to heart. You want to show your team that you can do everything you can to get a pitcher through an inning, but there's only so much a catcher can do.
Yeah, you just suggest what pitch you want, and it's up to them to deliver it.
But they feel it. He's feeling it. Young goes down on strikes. CY came in, 269, 9 home runs, 40 RBIs. Part of that double switch in that 9 slot. That is 8 strikeouts for Hansen.
He's well on pace to roar past that 10 he got against the Diamondbacks in Atlanta earlier this year.
11 is his high in a game on July 20th, 2009 at home against the Giants. By the way, the final line that we write in our books on Valdez, a tough one. 2/3 of an inning, 6 hits, 5 runs, all earned, a walk and a strikeout. As Kelly Johnson takes in, 1-1 the count. Walk, and he scored, as you can see. He also struck out. Taking a walk through Baseball Reference. Those are the matchups. You see Hansen on the far left. You go on down against Drew and Hester, Jackson, Johnson, LaRoche. And you can click on those on Reference, and it'll walk you through all the at-bats. That one is high. Good folks at Stats Inc., the good folks at Baseball Reference are 2 big resources.
Folks, I want to be the first to tell you, I didn't have that kind of information handy.
No.
My scouting report was, Rhino, what's he throwing?
The
fastball.
2-2. Swings right through a changeup. Speaking of fastballs, Gracie switching gears to a changeup. Doesn't throw many, but boy, what a good one to a left-hander there. That's 9 strikeouts.
Beautifully executed. Right over the top of it goes Kelly Johnson. Only giving up 2 hits here this afternoon. He comes as advertised.
He certainly does, and don't you know that he does not forget what happened to him, as we mentioned, on the 15th day of May in Atlanta when he got knocked around for 5 runs. Eventually, it was a rout. Arizona won it 11-1. There's the strike. And there you go. Connor Jackson against Tommy Hansen. You see 1 for 3, 1 RBI. And all of those at-bats right there. Strikeout, fly ball, and a single to center field. And you thought we had all that in our heads, huh, folks? Connor fights it off. And so Jackson, 2 for 3. Doubled in a run, singled, grounded out. Tracy likes to call him Action Jackson.
You know, I thought that was going to be our little secret, Darren, but that's okay.
There we go.
There's the poster. She likes to call him Action Jackson as well. It's a big league nickname. I'm still kind of loyal to Big Thunder.
Well, no, that's Barrett Louts, and that's the #1 pick overall, the big, hard-throwing pitcher out of Texas A&M. We look forward to getting to meet him and getting him in the fold and all signed up. Congratulations to Louts and the Diamondbacks, but that's his name, and we'll call him that as soon as he gets here.
Well, I won't.
A little number, grounded to Chipper. A little chopper to Chipper. Andy Griffith is next. Inside the park homers against John Garland. That day the enemy. Off the balcony, Stephen Drew. Garland's had a good year, but that was an inside the parker. Last night, more outside of the box. Ouch. Fortunately, Nate McLeod had a headache, but that was all Hayward back in there, par racing all around. If that play does not occur in that collision, unfortunately, it would have been a 1-0 loss for the Diamondbacks. So that collision helped the Diamondbacks win the ball game last night.
Yeah, just some miscommunication there between McLeod and Hayward. Ended up.
Neither one really called for it.
Well, you were watching McLeod. It looked like McLeod was the guy that probably could have gotten there, and he ended up getting there. The ball hit off his wrist before he was plowed over by the big old youngster Jason Hayward. But yeah, nobody called for it, and if you don't call for it, that leads to injuries, unfortunately. But I'm glad Nate McLeod is going to be okay. But he's just got that bullpen phone in his head right now, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. That ringing.
See, he's not calling it, not calling it, not calling it. You can see he could have gotten there, but all of a sudden he got hit by a runaway freight train named Hayward.
Bobby Cox loves sitting in his office in the morning, especially before a day game. He was reliving the story as McLeod checked in with him. Good morning, Skip. I'm still a little foggy today. Oh, no, I don't have you in there. You'll be all right. Just go get some rest. He walked out. Bobby looked at me and said, you know, that Hayward's a big boy, son. I said, I know, Skipper. He's a big boy. He said, I'd hate to run into him.
That little guy's McLeod's going to lose that battle every time, unfortunately. One thing we know about Nate McLeod, though, he's a tough kid.
Three and two the count. Ball four, he lost. So Escobar is on for the fourth time today. It's been a fabulous day for Yunel, and he needed this one. He is just 2 for 16 against Arizona coming in, 1 for 9 in the series. Starting to piece that year back together. And now Omar Infante. So that is the 8th walk issued by Diamondbacks pitchers.
Ooh.
See if Boyer can find the zone and get a double play ball. Buried that fastball in. Give these youngsters something to cheer about. It's too quiet with all these kids in here. Bouncing ball, it's a foul ball again. Camp day and they are all over the place. Kids Express Summer Camp, Scottsdale Summer Camp, City of Peoria Recreation, Dysart Unified Summer Camp, Tucson JCC. Well, it's a great day. The 0-2. Lifted into left center field. Young runs it down. So Infante has been in the air all 4 times. His fly out in the 4th inning, though, drove in a run with a sac fly. Here's David Ross.
He's had a big day.
He sure has. Line to right field, hit that one hard. Singled in a run in the 4th, doubled in a run, and scored in the 5th inning. As that one runs up and in, 1-0 the count. Well, I know it's been time, and I know we'll be done here in a bit. Sun will still be high in the sky, and we're gonna have a good time going down the Salt River tonight, you and I. I'm excited about that.
We've made the reservations. Got some buddies meeting us up there.
As that one dives inside, 2-0 the count. Oh no, it's no one in the ballpark. So that gentleman is ready for some outdoor activities here indoors at the ball game. Swing and a miss, 2-1 the count. And then I know an Amtrak train ride is the order of business on the off day in Boston on Monday. You and I going to the Big Apple, taking a day in New York, going to take Amtrak down.
We've got big plans for this trip.
A topper out to short. There's one. Can they turn it? You bet they can. 6-4-3 double play. Guys, get those tubes all set to go. We'll be there in a bit. Let's see. 6-4-3.
opening day, and actually you told me that you used to not only bring your scorecard, but during high school you went to Brophy, you did your homework while you were scoring too, right?
I did. We had season tickets, and it's a lot of games to go to, so to pass the time, I'd bring my homework to the game and watch the game from the outfield.
Now here's the question, because I got to tell you, as I'm running around, my scorecards get kind of like, messy and crumpled. But do you keep all of yours, or you have a book here today?
I have a book. I just actually restarted doing it, so we keep them to their field. Don't really keep them, but it's just something a great time to pass the time is keep score. And had somebody teach me when I used to sit out in the outfield, and it's been great so far. It's a fun way to pass the time and watch the game.
You said you learned in high school from an older gentleman, right?
I did. I'd come to the game sometimes, and I had a gentleman who had actually a large scoring book. And the first couple of weeks, I never really talked to him. And then one day I was there by myself and asked him, what do you do with that? And he kind of taught me over a series of games of how to score baseball. And ever since then, it's if I have the time and the free time, I'll bring my book and keep score.
So Darren and Mark are talking a lot about, it's more for you. You do it the way you want. But what are, for example, walk, you go BB or W?
BB, absolutely.
Traditionalist here, and then for strikeout looking, you go with the reverse K.
Backwards K, absolutely.
He's, it's funny because I go BB, but I go IW for intent. I don't like 3 letters.
Interesting. I stick with IBB either way.
All right, Chris, thanks so much, and enjoy the game. He's got the scorecard ready to go, and guys, there's a lot of fans actually out here scoring. Even some kids. It's really funny. A lot of kids here today, campers. They're trying, not real good. A lot of scribbling.
That's all right.
They are definitely making the effort, guys.
Well, Jody,
exactly. There's no right and wrong, is there?
No, there isn't at all, and we look forward to Jody interviewing all of the people scoring today.
That's right. Keep it up, Jody. We'll send it out to you shortly.
3-2 the count to Justin Upton. Line drive, base hit.
That's good to see. Justin needed that.
Picked on a slider there. Hey, by the way, replay returns with an all-new season, reuniting 2 high school rivals looking to settle an old score back in the Motor City in Detroit, Michigan. Don't miss the premiere June 20th at 9 p.m. on Fox Sports Arizona. Of course, June 20th will be in Detroit. Gordie Howe, part of that show. He's enjoying some ice cream there, that young man.
Is he going to come join us? Gordie Howe, Mr. Hockey?
Nope. He won't be there. He'll be on the show, though.
Oh. Let's see if I've got him in my speed dial. Might as well give him a call, see if he'll come join us.
Well, you know who I can have join us?
Who?
How about Jim Leland?
Oh, yeah.
All right with that?
That's a given.
All right. We're going to have Jimmy come and join us.
I'm going to give Ted Nugent a call.
Oh, now you're
talking.
The
Motor City Madman. Now he's big league.
The 0-1. Back to the screen it goes. Of course, Gracie and I will be busy heading into Hamtramck just about every day for some great Polish food. Back in Detroit, of course.
Cannot wait. That's some of the best Polish food I've ever had.
The Polish Village. They know him there by name. I sent him over there, and now I drop his name. That's the kind of business he did there.
I didn't want to leave.
Started with my in-laws, and you have carried the torch. The 0-2. Just missed the outside corner with a slider. LaRoche struck out, and he grounded out to short. 2 for 22 on this homestand.
Well, that's a rough go.
34 runs batted in, 7 home runs. One and 2 the count. Hanson has pitched 6 or more innings in a game in 8 of his 12 starts. He's got 113 pitches in this game, so he's probably working in his final inning. Big swing, rolls it over to the dugout, and he fouls it off.
Snuggle up to Dad there. Starting to feel like nap time.
So are you, with regard to the Motor City, and you know I have a big place in my heart. My wife's from there, my in-laws. Are you more of a Ted Nugent guy or an Eminem guy?
I like both.
Okay.
I like Eminem as well. I think he's extremely talented.
The 1-2. Pitches high, 2-2.
I like all the Motown stuff.
Wonderful music, the Motown.
Oh.
It's a great city, and we'll take you there with us to the Motor City. All you Midwestern folks, all you Northeastern folks, you're coming with us to Boston as well. Waves at a fastball away. That is 10 strikeouts.
He's one away from tying his season high.
Seven runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Braves. That little one. 2-4-0 for the Diamondbacks, as that's a strike. 0-1 the count. Oh, Dad. Kissing me. Give me something to eat.
The Diamondback outfit on.
Runner takes off, and it's popped up. Into the seats it goes. But you have to have your eyes open wide when you go to the Motor City.
There he is. Cat scratch fever.
We're going, folks. Back to the Midwest. Right there. God's country. Detroit, Michigan.
Kronk Jim back there if you're a boxing fan.
Ooh.
Thomas
boy.
Hearns. Called him the Motor City Cobra.
When you make the ride into the ballpark, by the way, down Woodward, because you'll be staying there right off Woodward, you'll go right by 8 Mile.
Right.
On into the ballpark. Of course,
my parents lived there outside of Detroit in Farmington Hills. Halstead and 9 Mile.
And of course, 8 Mile for the younger, the pop culture. Right there, that man, Eminem. The pride of Detroit, one of his recent videos.
Slim Shady.
Slim Shady in one of his recent videos shot in Tiger Stadium as it was torn down. He really prides himself in that city. I mean, he and the folks there adore him. Did he get it?
Looked like it got him.
That one is up and in, and it hit him.
That might be it for Tommy Hanson. I'm wondering just how much longer Bobby wants to stay with him.
Where's he at? He's at 120 now. His high is 118 coming in. Here comes the skipper. The 10 strikeouts right there, keeping track, the single, the hit batter, and then that line right there means Bobby Cox has made a move, 120. And then up here we'll have all the numbers for Hanson in just a bit. of strikeouts. That's his career high 11 in a ball game. And so he passes it on over. Call to the bullpen has been made. And it's answered by the right-hander, Christian Martinez, who rocks and fires as that one a changeup sails up and in. Martinez has worked both games in this series, and it's just a small beginnings for him in the big leagues. He has not been scored upon, as you can see on the year, and in this series as well. Martinez pitching in AAA Gwinnett, which is not far from Atlanta, in the Atlanta area. What a nice luxury that is, to have your AAA team just up the road. For a couple of reasons, I think. That's a
easy to go down and take a look what's down there.
Well, I agree. I think it's if you need a player, he's there immediately. But the big leaguers are also right there in the same area code.
That's exactly right. And
you know what you're shooting for.
And if you need to make a move, that guy will be there that afternoon.
The 1-2. Roberts, high fly ball into right center field. Tracking it as Hayward. He makes the play. Upton had gone back, stepped on the bag as if he was going to tag, and then opted not to. So Roberts hitting in the pitcher's spot. Flies out to right field. So now John Hester. Hester takes a pitch outside. 1-0 the count to John. Singleton scored in the third inning and struck out in the fourth inning. Two and 0 the count. Hester, born and raised in the Atlanta area. Then went and played college at Stanford. Ross wants to talk about, I would imagine, a new set of signs.
Car.
You brought that back.
Oh, moving right along this afternoon.
It already is, as you said, 2 outs in the 6th inning. Let's see this game. Well, this game is, it's creeping up on being about 3 hours old in a bit. Well, that just takes more float time away from us.
Now the temperature should be just right by the time we get up there.
90s, you think?
Yeah.
We'll be there, guys. As that one is a strike. 3-1 to count. Hester puts that one on the ground past Bo Porter. Full count, 2 outs. Runners will be off to the races. The rest of the games in Big League Baseball are night games tonight. There were 6 daytime slates that have wrapped up. This is the only active game going right now. Runners go, swing and a miss. That's strike 3. So Hester goes down on strikes. For the 11th time, the D-backs have struck out in this ball game. We roll on 7-2.
Runyon. And Scott, how did you come up with this very unique way of scoring the game?
I just go to a lot of games, and in order to kind of keep my head in the game while it's going on, I needed to kind of keep track of what's going on. Otherwise, my mind wanders. There's so much going on. So I tried to develop a system where I could recreate in my mind what had happened later on when I wanted to think back and what happened the day I was at the game.
Talk about making it work for you because, for example, the numbers make sense to me, but it's not as easy for me to understand. Well, we have action on the field. Security getting, I guess, an unruly fan. I didn't see him run out there. But we have you, Scott. You're actually from Laguna Beach, and you're just traveling, and you travel around. You're not a fan of any particular team, right? But you just love baseball.
True enough. Actually, my favorite thing to do in Arizona is go to the Fall League, which doesn't start till October, and it's mostly minor league players. I just going to the games, and a beautiful day like today when there's not very many people here, it's the best time to go to a game.
Now, for you, did you ever score the traditional way, or did you just come up with it?
I never scored the traditional way. No one taught me the right way, so I made up my own way. And actually, I prefer this because it actually contains more information than the traditional system.
And the one thing that you have here is a lot of stats as well on the left side next to the names. It almost looks like Darren Sutton, Mark Grace. You've got a lot of numbers, a lot of information.
Yeah, and that's just, again, so if I look back, I can kind of see where guys are at this point in the season. If I see them again in a month or two, like Tommy Hanson I saw in the Fall League a couple of years ago, and I saw him pitch last year in San Diego. And it's fun to look back and see statistically what they were doing then as compared to how he's doing today.
Well, Scott, thanks so much for sharing that with us.
Pleasure. Nice visiting with you.
And you know what? It's just interesting. The more fans that you meet, the more creative ways you see of scoring the game, although this one is the most unique that I've seen.
Melky Cabrera is a base hit into left field against Juan Gutierrez, who goes to work. Scott down there, kudos to you. What a passionate baseball fan, and his passion is founded in just remembering each and every game he goes to. I mean, that almost sounds like a scout's perspective. You talk with scouts for these Diamondbacks, and they'll talk about seeing a pitcher. Barrett Laux, for example, the Diamondbacks have about 8 or 9 reports, if not more, filed on him throughout his time. He just, on his own, has his own book. And how about that? He saw Hanson pitch out here in the Fall League, and now he sees him pitch in the big leagues. That's wonderful.
Just a way to keep his head in the game. You can, if you're a fan of the game like that, you can go back and just kind of review what's happened. Okay, they scored 5 runs in the 5th inning to the Atlanta Braves. That's bunted back to the mound. Nice play there by Gutierrez, getting the lead runner Cabrera.
And with Drew covering, that was 1-6. So Martinez, the pitcher there, reaches on the fielder's choice. And here's Martin Prado. By the way, the line on Boyer, an inning and a third, hitless, scoreless with 2 walks and no strikeouts. Again, if you're scoring at home with us. 21 pitches, 10 balls, 11 strikes. Breaking ball drops it in there, a slider from Gutierrez. Fastball. 1-1 the count. Joe Simpson, Chip Carey next door, calling this game back to the good folks in the Southeast. We're not shy. We will poke around in any booth to see how people score. That one is a souvenir. Mr. Carey.
There's Chip.
And that's a more intimate, more traditional book. And you can see he writes very small. Pete Van Wieren used to handle his book like that. It's a good looking book, isn't it?
I have a feeling a message might be coming our way, Darren.
I love you, Gracie. Wow, that is.
Oh, Chip.
You got a smiley face, too.
Well, thank you so much, Chip. I love you, too. He did a lot of my games as a Cub.
Thanks a lot, Chip. Appreciate that. Uh-oh. 2-2. Did he? Yes, he did. All right, a breaking ball, and that's strike 3, so 2 outs. Well, I thank Chip for...
Put Grace right there.
You're having a good day.
I'm having
Look at
a
the day
big
you're
day.
having.
Exactly. Didn't have many days like that.
Pitches in, 1-0 the count. We talked about it earlier. John Hester mentioning how much he wants to, if a ball's about to be hit, go out and grab it before it's hit. Catch everything in its perfect spot. Will pitchers like this through innings. As Gutierrez misses high. Joe Simpson tracking as well. That's a similar look to yours, Gracie.
Yeah, a little more traditional with his scorekeeping.
Base hit came when he was behind in the count. Now he's got a hitter's count. See if he gets a pitch.
High fly ball into left center field. That is a scoreless frame for Gutierrez. And even though it's 7-2, his last 3 he has been scored upon. He'll file that one away and hopefully take positive steps after this.
Willis's box, and I'll even demonstrate what he did wrong.
You gonna go up there on the stage and show us?
I think I might.
Huh. It's better than scorebook. Darren?
Very, very good stuff.
You know, we did leave them out.
Well, that's what you said you wanted to have happen in the production meeting this morning.
That's true. I was there bright and early. I was the first one there. I brought everybody coffee and donuts. I see. Yep, there's Joe's.
That's Todd's there.
That's big league scorekeeping right there.
That's really, I love that.
Well, remember I said there is no right and wrong? Well, that was wrong.
And how can that be wrong if there is no wrong?
I lied.
Martinez goes to work against Chris Young, drives it to left field. Chris Young homers. 7-3 the score, and for Young, continuing to add on to what has been a fabulous year. He picked on a slider, stayed out over the plate, and his 10th home run of the year, 41 RBIs, and all the youngsters can cheer now.
Fastball middle, and that ball is just ripped on a line way out of here.
Skylar Johnson takes a pitch. Grabs the outside corner, a changeup. Our Fulton Holmes home run, another $150 to the Arizona Mountain Rescue Association. 1-1 the count. Everyone all right out there? Uh-oh, that's awesome. Look at him. Oh, what did she get? 1-1.
I think Tommy just texted her. They're excited about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She likes Tommy.
Tommy, just that cute kid, you mean?
Yeah.
Bouncing ball. Diving attempt for the knee. And Kelly Johnson with the base hit. Well, with 9 outs to play with, you hope things can get interesting. And with the homer and now the single for the Diamondbacks, they are.
Prado has to go a long way, makes the dive. Kelly Johnson just runs way too well, no chance. But a great effort there by Prado.
Quick visit to the mound. That'll give us a chance to remind you that any time the D-backs score 6 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with a purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the next day at participating locations. And so now we roll.
Roger McDowell out there had a meeting with his young right-hander, Martinez. Well, you talk about a guy that had to hit the dry side on, Roger McDowell.
Come on now.
Oh, man.
He's just a sinker.
He'd have little help.
Pitch is high, a slider.
Oh, it was a good sinker.
1-0 the count.
It sunk a lot.
You know what?
Just maybe a little unnatural. That's all. Sinker.
A little spinner. Does it find the hole? And a nice play there. Again, a great opportunity. A play by Prado.
That time ranging a long way to his left. He's all over the right side of the infield. You see that ball's cued. He has to take about 10 steps and then get rid of it quickly to get Connor Jackson.
By the way, Josh Weingrad and Scott Rogers running the graphics for today's game. We want to thank them because they went above and beyond and then above some more. And graphics like that down at the bottom of Stephen Drew's day. So we thank you guys. That one, a wild pitch to the backstop it goes. So Kelly moves up on the ground out. Now the wild pitch.
That's a wild one, all right.
Jeff Munn visiting in the booth, getting ready for the post-game show.
How is the money man today?
He's good. We're taking a look at his scoring. And you see he keeps it pretty simple again. As that one is up and away. 1-0 the count. The 2-0. It's low. This is with a nod of the head, Money. I'm curious. On a game in which you're hosting a post-game show like this in comparison to calling the game, will you score differently or do you score the same no matter what?
Score the same.
The same no matter what. Okay.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. And I was thinking about that, Gracie, because when you're in the middle of calling a game, a lot of stuff goes into it.
You?
I haven't hosted a show in a while, so I'd have to look back and think about it as that one is lifted up into the seats.
Well, Jeff, Darren has written down every single player's where they went to elementary school.
Bouncing ball, gobbled up, a run will score, an RBI for Stephen Drew. 6-3 with an RBI.
Get Dad the perfect Father's Day gift, folks. Tickets to a D-backs Yankees series. Low-level tickets still available. Can you believe that's still available? With the D-backs six-pack. Call 602-462-4794 or visit dbacks.com/six-pack, and you can have some of these awful almonds that Darren's been eating all day. They're not, almonds are good. We need a little salt. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh, I like
That's
that.
a
He's
good look
ready to
there.
roll. Dole out some pain. I like that shirt. Do you see that?
Say dole out some pain?
He's got some pain shirt. He got that ready to just deliver some pain.
A little uncomfortable, but it's all right.
The 1-1. Pitch is high. 2-1 the count. How about Justin? Deliver some pain here into the bleachers. Make it a 7-5 game. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Changed up on him there. You can see Upton with the single and then a couple of strikeouts looking. Arizona's gone down with the strikeout 11 times today. 2-2. Fastball in after a changeup away. Kind of looks like a young Rusty Ryle there.
Young Rusty. Not AJ.
Upton goes down on strikes. Had Hellman and Bat take a beating. A 3-strikeout day around the single in the 6th inning. Fox Sports Arizona, Mark Reynolds, Albert Pujols going toe-to-toe. And for Albert, I find myself a little bit nervous, if I can be real honest with you folks, because he went to Los Angeles. His St. Louis Cardinals were swept. And also Albert was just 1 for 11 in that series.
Oh, boy.
And a quiet Albert.
Oh, boy.
I don't like that. So as he watches the game, hello, Mr. Pujols. Thank you for watching. Cardinals are already in town, enjoying an off day in our great city. 1-2 the count. A couple of 5th innings. A 5th inning and a 5th inning there.
Yeah, right there, okay.
As that one bounces in there, 2-2 the count. Now, Chipper Jones now with 2,444 career base hits, 24-44. How many did you have?
Well, he's one behind me. I finished my career with 24.45. So go ahead and tie me right here, Chipper, and let me clap for you.
Changeup is high. Want to welcome back to the United States and to Arizona our good friend Jack Summers, who is watching right now. He has been working overseas in Asia, and he is visiting back. He has just tuned us in as Chipper Jones rolls out. And I'm not sure if he's scoring. I think when you fly from China and you just land and turn the TV on, you're pretty tired.
I would imagine so. Good to have you back, Jack. Hope your travels were noteworthy. Tell us some stories when you come down tomorrow. Jack?
You ready for some stories?
Yeah, I want some stories.
Breaking ball. 1-0 the count to Gloss. Buckles in with a bender. I'll tell you, this is good stuff. Good to see from Gutierrez. And again, you find yourself rewinding back and thinking, how did it all happen? A little bit low. A little bit harder to passionately follow the Diamondbacks from China, I would imagine.
I would imagine so. Like, aren't you getting, oh boy.
Lifted. Connor won't get there. So Troy Gloss, well, he's gimping. Looked like he might have done something.
Like maybe a groin?
It didn't look right, but.
Might have been that Orlando Hudson type, you know, just a little hitch in your giddy up.
Uh-huh.
Remember Orlando Hudson? Even when he was perfectly healthy, he had that little hitch in his giddy up. Might be what it is.
Kind of like a young Tony Clark, long and lanky. The 0-1. High fly ball sends Young back. CY is there, and he puts it away. Orlando Hudson in Minnesota, right?
In Minnesota, on the disabled list.
No.
In Minnesota, unfortunately. He had a bad collision with his center fielder, Denard Span.
Heard of him?
And it was a spectacular catch to end a game. It was the end of the game, and Hudson caught it. But unfortunately, did some damage to his wrist. And had to be put on the disabled list. But he was having a great year up until that point. In that new great ballpark, Target Field.
These Braves are headed to Target Field after this ball game.
Are they?
They're
going to love it.
3-gamer.
They are going to love it.
Breaking ball drops in there. Both teams are off on Monday, by the way. Just to let you inside how teams talk. Bobby Cox already today before the game looking ahead to rain in Minnesota and not happy. Thinking they may be playing on Monday.
There were no rainouts in the old Hubert H. Humphrey Dome. But that place wasn't big league at all.
Big league when they were winning titles.
Well, the team was big league. The stadium wasn't. Good football stadium.
Yes. So Bobby double checking and triple checking.
He's upset right now about that rain. You're right.
No. 0-2 the count. Not really thinking about that. 7-4 the score. Put up another 0 here, Goot, as he steps off. More home runs allowed than any relief pitcher in the game. Thought about offering it to Slider. 1-2 the count. Ross waits on deck. Popped up, Young coming on. Now eases back. 2 scoreless innings for right-hander Juan Gutierrez. 2 giant steps in the right direction.
The Diamondbacks-Cardinals game, and guys, if I could, a cheap promotional announcement. The first 2 segments of that show will take your breath away. It is the story of former Arizona Diamondback Quentin McCracken, his wife Maggie, and their son Isaiah. What makes this story so special is that Isaiah was born 4.5 months too early. And I had a chance to see Quentin McCracken when I was going to the Scottsdale Shea NIC unit to see a member of my family that was in there. Quentin was walking out. I hadn't seen him in a couple of years. I was riddled with considerable fear and anxiety about what our family was facing, and there he was. And he told me the story of Isaiah, who is now approaching his 1st birthday and doing fine. He's almost off oxygen and ready to tackle the world. But this is a story of love and courage, not just by a family, but an entire staff over at the NIC unit at Scottsdale Shea. And as I said in the piece that we did at the end, that's a special place with extraordinary people, as any NIC unit in any hospital is. But I hope you'll check it out, and then check your local listings if you missed Sunday's episode, just to see Quentin and how he deals with this situation and the courage that he and his wife displayed. It's beyond belief, so I hope you'll check it out.
We always do. We always love watching it. Good stuff, Todd. Thank you.
Good man, Quentin McCracken.
It was a fabulous show about the Diamondbacks and baseball in general, and very thoughtful in the work that they do. Put a lot of time into that show. 1-2 the count. And Quentin will be on Saturday's pregame show as well. We're looking forward to seeing it. Oh my goodness, nasty stuff. You know, we were talking about the stuff of Venters. His last 14 games, 16 innings, 1 earned run, 21 strikeouts.
Well, it's easy to see why. Just a lefty with a great arm. Well, Bobby's got a lot of weapons from the left side down there, doesn't he?
Wow.
Venters, O'Flaherty, and of course their closer, Billy Wagner.
Breaking ball, strike 1.
That's just a thing of beauty, isn't it?
There they are.
Separated at birth. They're still having fun, aren't they?
That's awesome. You know what they're saying out there, Gracie? We want tacos. We want tacos.
You can see our.
That's wonderful.
You can see our good friend Jim Weber leading the chant.
He was out there. Outside. All right. Well, you get a homer here. You got your tacos. By the way, the D-backs are undefeated on taco days and nights. 6 runs or more. Well, obviously that would not be possible if you stuck at 6. All right, Rusty, get him some tacos here. Reynolds with a walk. I'm of the mind, Gracie, to get these kids some tacos.
Well, yeah, but heck with the kids. How about us?
I'm not so much worried about myself anymore.
Well, that's where you and I are different. I'm all about myself.
They're bringing
I want
it, though.
some tacos.
They're bringing it. You get the folks down here sitting in these nice seats, sitting on their hands. They're bringing it. That one is in, 2-0 the count. Here in a moment, when we shoot him again, the counselor's going to say, up. All right, time to get the bus. Time to go home. Wait a minute. Rusty's going to homer. 2-0. David Ross, of course, very much against any sort of taco outburst offensively.
No, you're absolutely right. All right, David Ross meets with vendors and says, I need some strikes, young man.
Got the rally cap rolling.
Good to see Mitch Riggin out there.
He does look like Mitch Riggin. Our fine director in the truck. A little topper. Waiting for somebody to cover. Nobody does. That bag jumped out and grabbed Reynolds, and he stumbled over it. Crawls back. All right. Gave us a scare for a moment. Dave Edwards top stepping it.
Now, the vendors now trying like heck to get the Diamondbacks right back in this thing. A walk and now an error on what would have been a double play ball. He has no idea who to throw it to. So he throws it to nobody. It looked like Reynolds trying to get out of the way of the second baseman Prado. Yeah, right there, the ankle twists. Ow. I guess he's all right. But you can see he's trying to get out of the way. We saw that with Miguel Montero earlier this year. Looking to avoid contact with an opponent, and he ended up, well, not near as bad as Montero, but Montero ended up missing a couple of months because of it.
And Montero's almost back. He has been catching regularly down in AAA, so he'll be back here soon, maybe to start the road trip in Boston. Montero is playing in tonight's game. If he can catch 9 innings, they may just bring him on back up right away. So, just a quick update, as you mentioned, Miguel Montero, he's almost back. Which is exciting news. The energy he brings, unfortunately for this gentleman, will be tough news for him. As the other Stanford catcher in that dugout will have to make the choice, I would imagine, to have Hester keep working down in AAA. But it's got to happen first, and Miguel's got to be ready. Meantime, in your last couple of days, if everything goes well, why not just knock a homer here?
All right. Be a tie ball game and some tacos.
Last night, the Diamondbacks won only their 3rd game of the season when scoring 4 or fewer runs. Raking ball, down he goes.
It's 3 punch outs on the afternoon for John Hester.
And 14 for the Diamondbacks on the game.
They do strike out a lot, don't they? Easy to see why you strike out on that pitch. That's just nasty. I think I know who that is.
Is that like a curse being sent out to the pitcher?
It's like we have to go back a few years to. I guarantee our own Todd Walsh knows who that is.
Oh no! Don't say it. It can't be.
That's
that's
about a 3 or 4 year old version of the Tinkle Lady, isn't it?
No.
It is, isn't it?
I'd have to see more footage. Maybe get some reconnaissance photos.
Oh yeah,
it is.
It is the Tinkle Lady.
Oh my goodness, she's doing it,
and that's what she's doing. That's her. She says that's tinkling the opponent.
I appreciate
Todd Walsh
you.
had a sit down with her and had her explain it all. Yes, she's back. The Tinkle Lady's back.
I won't soon forget that conversation.
Or neither will I, Todd.
Yeah, you were watching, right, in the clubhouse that night?
I was actually. It might have been my first year in the broadcast booth.
Was it?
Yes.
You know, it was Luis Gonzalez. I don't want to get away into this bad, but it was Gonzo that was watching. He didn't like it.
She just found out she's being.
Oh, now you're busted, boss.
So basically, she lasers in, Darren, and she wills people to succeed by what she calls the tinkle.
Oh, I like that. Well, I mean, she was just about to get a 3-run homer here. Don't stop.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
There you go. Tinkle, 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 tinkle. Runners will be moving. Oh, she went through the whole routine with Todd a few years ago, Darren.
Glad you guys told me about it. I think. That's ball 4. Bases are loaded for Kelly Johnson.
Yeah, take him out, Tinkle Lady. I like it.
Whatever it takes. You got the kids cheering for tacos. And dare I say, for the first time out of my mouth, the Tinkle Lady trying to do her part.
Oh, it's okay. It's all legit.
Well, I believe it's legit. I'm just not comfortable saying it. Very troubled by that. But I'm glad you brought me up to speed, I think, Todd.
Sort of, you know.
Outside.
2 walks and an error. Load the bases. So Venter's trying to give some gifts here to the Diamondbacks. Let's see if Kelly Johnson, who else, can get a big hit here. Maybe even give him the lead with a long ball.
Fouls it
had
off.
A good rip at that one.
It would be one more blow to his former club. He has walked and scored. He has singled and scored. Oh, boy. That
Double barrel tinkle.
The 1-1 base is loaded. Hot shot. Fair ball! That one will roll into the corner. 1 run is in. Another run comes on around. Young racing to the plate. We're tied! And hey, kids, you got your tacos in right field. Yeah!
All it took was double barrel tinkle to get Kelly Johnson to get a good pitch to hit and rifle it down the first base line. And now start the merry-go-round. But Chris Young flying around the bag, scores easily. Derek Hall and the Tinkle Lady. I love it.
So Bobby Cox has made the call to the bullpen. I think the Tinkle Lady now has an agent. She's looking to sign a multi-year deal. More after this. I can't explain any of this. Been heaped on that man, but without that man, it wouldn't be 7-7. And finally, he is able to be part of the solution. And boy, how nice is it to say for Juan Gutierrez. 2 zeros he put up there. It has been a forgettable year, to say the least, for that hard-throwing right-hander. Not today.
Connor Jackson, opportunity to possibly make a winner out of Juan Gutierrez. Strike one. Oh, wouldn't that be something?
The Australian-born Peter Moylan comes in for the 32nd time this year.
Everyday Pedro, they call him.
One of the better nicknames as that one was popped up. Hang it up, still coming, and able to make the play out there is Melky Cabrera. Ah, the Tinkle Lady, the player of the inning. I'm glad you guys told me about her. Season home games, Gila River Casinos here soon. When the club gets back, we'll be doing a game from out there. It'll be a lot of fun. So Kelly Johnson, boy, what else can you say? 2 more hits, 3 more RBIs against his former club. And Kelly Johnson this year, 8 RBIs. A huge season against the Atlanta Braves. hitting close to 400. There's Rusty. He is in left field. So now Chad Qualls. Gutierrez goes 2 scoreless. It's been Willis, Valdez, Boyer, and Gutierrez. Qualls has had a fabulous homestand. Although a couple of outings ago, his save, he made it a nerve-wracking save. 3 walks, but a double play ended things. Brooks Conrad goes to work. And the first pitch, diving play. And it's called a foul ball.
Well, you love that when a first baseman, don't let the umpire ump. Or I'm sorry, you don't be the umpire. Go ahead and make the diving play anyway. How's a pitcher feel, Darren, when a guy's diving for foul balls?
Well, you love it. You love it when they're diving. You love it when they're diving when you're tied and down 11-1 or up 11-1. Conrad will, as he leaves town, wish one more good luck out the window to ASU, where he played his college baseball, as they take on Arkansas in the Super Regional this weekend. Great weekend of baseball here in Arizona. That one rolls in and out of the Braves dugout. But Qualls on this homestand, 4 hitless innings. And 3 of 3 in saves. There have been 4 walks to shake things up. 3 of those came in one outing. The 0-2. Slider bounces in there. 1-2 the count. 7 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error for the Braves. They have left 11 on base. 7 runs, 7 hits, and no errors for the Diamondbacks. They have stranded 7. Cardinals already in town. Some, I would imagine, watching this one as they relax today. The 1-2. Just getting a piece of it. I know skipper Bobby Cox said this morning on his way to the ballpark, he said, well, I ran into Jose Akendo. He was heading out to go golfing.
I was going to say, I rarely watched a baseball game on my off day.
Really?
Yeah. It was usually a golf day or for me, museums, something to that effect.
In and out of the catcher's mitt. One and 2 the count. Well, I know you and I, it's getting late, 4 o'clock. We're loving it because it was worth all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the sun stays up plenty late. We'll be just fine.
For the Salt River?
Yeah,
okay.
We'll be just fine.
The 1-2. Chopper.
And it's not like to just shut off the river.
No, I understand
the river
that.
keeps flowing even, as the sun goes down.
But at a certain point, I need my rest. So.
Really? Night game tomorrow? I hear the tomahawk chop. I hear it.
Come on, attaboy. D-backs fans drowning them with boo.
Whoa!
Slider outside. Boy, his slider has had that look to it the last couple of outings. Really on top of it.
Well, they brought their own tomahawks.
The 2-2. Into right field, it's a base hit. Up and over to play it. And so Brooks Conrad.
That was a heck of an at-bat there by the former Sun Devil. Brooks Conrad. I mean, he went deep into the count, finally got something he can handle, just rifled it into right field. So all you Sun Devils, go ahead and make your pitchforks with your fingers, and then root for Jack Qualls.
I like that, Grayson. Pop that bunt up. Well, his heart wasn't into that one. I mean, that was not real good form at all.
Neither was his backside.
Did he even square?
No. Yeah, that's about as poor a form as you can show. But he'll get another opportunity here to redeem himself, I'm sure.
Melky, double, intentionally walked, single. See if he's bunting again. Reynolds really in at third. I would imagine during his time in the Bronx, the sign was just drive it in the gap.
I'm sure it was as well. But also, Bobby Cox he kind of likes, after a pitch is fouled off or taken, he likes to take the bunt off and maybe try a hit and run. He's done it for a long time. And I'm sure A.J. smells a rat.
Pitch is in. He threw him a slider there, so 1-1 the count. So the wheels turning in the home dugout, turning in the visiting dugout. Paul's looking to roll it up. He has 2 double plays already this year. And amongst relievers, there really aren't many better when he is right, getting those big ground balls. But he's not swinging, or is he? Well, he kind of showed, then he pulled it back. What was going on there?
I think that was playing a little possum.
Okay. Again.
Another pretty poor effort there from Cabrera. Like I said, you come up with the Yankees, you come up in the American League, bunting is not something you really practice much. You practice driving it in the gap. You can see that Cabrera probably hasn't worked too much on it because that was 2 pretty less than stellar efforts, but he can make up for it with something right here. I would imagine the bunt is taken off.
And so with that in mind, Qualls thinking, I know they may be getting the runner going, thinking the Bobby Cox school of managing. Cranking Conrad up. Keep an eye on Conrad. Reynolds still way in at third, not going. Strike 3, got him with a slider way out front of it. An awkward swing and just a tough empty at bat by Melky Cabrera there.
That'll go down as one of the worst at bats you'll ever see right there. And Conrad stays at first base.
Pinch hitting is Brian McCann.
Kind of nice to be able to bring this guy off your bench.
Runner on the move, the throw, not in time.
Well, there's your sacrifice.
Bobby felt like he had no choice. Conrad took off. And a stolen base for Brooks.
Close play at second. Rob Drake, second base umpire, right on the call. Gets a good jump and a good throw there from Hester. Just got that hand underneath. He got that call right. He got it right. Again, these guys have had a great series, this crew of umpires. Boy, that was a close play. He just got his hand in there.
McCann in his career is 10 for 40 as a pinch hitter. 10 for 40. You see what he has done against Chad Qualls, so a .250 pinch hitter. Hasn't done him much. The 1-0. Outside, 2-0 the count. I'm just keeping track of this game. Scott down there, Scott Runyon. Low, 3-0 the count. Bryan rolls it into right field. It's a base hit. They're going to send him on down. This should be interesting. Upton to the plate. Safe at the plate. Hester held on to the ball. A beautiful throw by Upton. Hester was there holding his ground. They must have said Conrad got over the top of him and got home plate.
He got home plate with his hand. That's what he got it with.
And did Hester tag him at all?
And I believe that's what it was. He never tagged him. The throw is there. The hand gets there, and the tag was just never there.
Well, John didn't bail out at all.
Yeah, that call was correct as well. Angel Hernandez. Great throw and a great job of trying to block the plate there by John Hester. Conrad just too speedy, and he got his hand in there. Brian McCann. Boy, it is nice to bring somebody like that off your bench, isn't it?
McCann coming through with an RBI, goes on to second. And as you said, a young man that watches the game, a day of rest that he deserves as an everyday catcher, but a weapon. 8-7, Atlanta leads it. Hot shot, base hit in the left center field. Now McCann, who is headed back to the bag, will have to turn around and be stopped at third. He was heading directly back to the bag, and he's giving himself the business now.
Man, was that ball ever tattooed. Goodness gracious. Bang. And then watch Brian McCann. All of a sudden he goes running the other way. And now because he's slow of foot, he cannot score on a very long single. And you can see he's upset with himself. Well, remember that right there. You get a double play ball here and keep this to a one-run game. That base running blunder might come into play.
Bullpen getting to work. Carlos Rosa takes off the jacket. And the pitch is inside, 1-0 the count. Hayward flied out deep to center field back in the seventh inning. 8-7, Atlanta leads it. Atlanta trying to fight for a split in this series. Arizona looking to win this series, a four-gamer. Outside. Jason 1 for 5 today. So that's a 4 for 17 on this series. He leads National League rookies in all categories offensively that you can think of. 2-0. Popped it up. Beat him with a fastball. A long run as they're playing in the pull. Still coming. Sliding, and he holds on. No, it kicks away. He kicks away. Ryle thought he had it for a moment. Hester's going to have to come and cover third. A sliding collision of sorts as bodies banged together. Not anything resembling last night with McLeod and Hayward. I thought Ryle had made a circus catch. We'll see it again.
Well, I think he did, but he made contact with either Drew or Reynolds. I believe it's Reynolds, and it knocks it out of his glove. I think he had it, and then the contact with Reynolds knocked it right out of his glove. Well, both guys just giving it every ounce of their heart and soul. You can't blame anybody for that. Hayward just hit it in the perfect spot, and it's a 2-run lead now for the Braves.
Now coming off the bench again is Eric Hinsky. (9-7) the score. 15 Atlanta hits. Bouncing ball into the hole. That's a base hit. They're going to test Upton again. And this time his throw heads to third. And another run scores. 10-7 Atlanta. Boy, going to the bench, getting everyday players, and everyday players are cashing in. And I'm speaking of McCann and Hinsky.
And Chad Qualls so far giving up 3, and that's going to be the end of his day.
So we'll step aside. Atlanta with 3 here in the top of the ninth after the Diamondbacks have just tied it up. America. ValleyHyundaiDealers.com.
That's awesome right there.
A true popcorn aficionado, our color analyst Mark Grace. Cactus corn is his first love.
Corn.
You must be a big moviegoer as well, then.
I used to be. Then this thing called a job. Kind of got in the way of my movie going.
Well, I got to see the Crow here as we see the numbers on
that
Carlos
is a
Rosa.
Big league movie.
Rosa fires outside, 1-0 the count.
Something you can do tonight.
Well, again,
get Kristen and the kids around the TV. Put the Crow in. Have a great family evening.
I've told you.
It's a big league movie.
As the pitch from Gloss, big swing, and he fouls it off. I've already told you we're going to go tubing, and then I need my sleep.
That's true. That's true. You got a big St. Louis series coming up.
Exactly right.
Starting tomorrow evening.
And I got coffee with Albert at 7 a.m. Give Grayson's. Oh no.
Yes. You can say no and lie all you want. I'll say yes. We're gonna have a play at the plate here.
Again, up and up with it. Here is the throw to the plate, and it gets by Rosa where he's supposed to be, backing up. So another run scores.
Tell you what, Justin's made some nice throws this inning. They've just been a tick late. Ball skied. And Justin does a good job behind the ball now. With all your momentum coming forward, let it fly. Not necessarily have to hit the cutoff man there in that situation, because you're doing everything under your power to cut that run down and keep it a 3-run game. Now, it's a lot to ask to get 4 in that situation, because you know you've only got one more at bat.
Shot right field, Upton again, the busiest man on the field this inning. The other man running the scoreboard here in-house. He was very busy because he added 4 to the line for Atlanta. They lead it 11-7. Adding names in, Conrad coming into work, McCann coming in. He is pinch hitting with a big hit. Hinsky pinch hitting as well. Then you have Willis, Valdez, Boyer, Gutierrez, Qualls. I had filled it up, so down here is Rosa. He didn't give up anything, so he just gets a little dash by his name. And the tough thing right there, a lot of walks, 6, 7, 9 walks for Diamondbacks pitchers. And a tough one for Qualls. So that's kind of putting a bow on the offensive side for the Braves. And I think what on the scoring side frustrates you most as Billy Wagner, future Hall of Famer, goes to work. is that these Diamondbacks managed Gracie to score 5 runs, and folks, in the 7th and the 8th inning.
Yeah, they scored 5 unanswered, tie the game, came up from the dead. Kelly Johnson coming in and delivering another dagger to his former mates, the Braves. But unfortunately, the bullpen couldn't get the job done here this afternoon. 9 earned runs out of the bullpen this afternoon.
And bullpen ERA is spiked back up a bit to 7.46, unfortunately, on the season. The 1-2. A little chopper to Chipper. Fires it on across. That's Conrad over there who makes the play. And a nice job. Conrad out of ASU. He may be playing more and more third base as he shares that role with Jones. And here's Justin Upton. Well, what do you say about Billy Wagner? I'll tell you this: we had him in and enjoyed having him here for the series. Just don't go, basically. That's what I know what to say.
He's always a pleasure to spend time with. And what I really like about him, Darren, is, and you don't get a lot of this as much as you used to, he is a straight shooter.
Aaron Heilman was talking about that.
Yeah, he is a straight shooter. He'll just let you know how things are, and whether you want to hear it or not.
He's got 395 career saves. He still has lightning in that rebuilt left arm. A couple of times it's been rebuilt.
He's come out and said this is his last year.
Justin Upton, pretty piece of hitting. That's a single into center field. So Upton a 3 strikeout day, but now a 2 hit day as well.
I'll take a look-see here. This last inning was kind of fun. Reynolds started with a walk and then an error after a strikeout to Hester. Young, he walks. That was after his homer. And then the big double there from Kelly Johnson. That made it a 3-run inning. Right now we've got a grounder to third and a base hit here in the bottom of the 9th. And I don't have written down what the Diamondback players had for dinner last night.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm seeing over there is your space is very organized. You stay, aside from a small snack. Justin takes off. That one is high and in. I mean, your scorebook is nice and organized.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all right. Still got
the book and the popcorn. And Now, meantime, as that one bounces in there.
And I've got my binoculars here so I can check out Billy Wagner or maybe Adam LaRoche while they're up to bat. Or I can also see if there's anybody throwing down, and then you can see the number down the Diamondback pen. That's why you have the binoculars up here. It's the best seat in the house.
The 3-0. 3-1. Well, the reason I mentioned that is, you're organized, you keep it together, and by the time the 9th inning rolls around on my side, forget it.
You're a mess.
Golly. The 3-1. Outside, ball 4. So we fill in that walk, a ground out, a single, and a walk. And all that stuff everywhere.
A baseball, almonds, all kinds of wires and buttons and whistles, a bobblehead, his cheating machine over there. He's got the computer over there, so he answers all his trivia answers. And those awful tasting almonds he eats.
One born and raised in Virginia, the other went to college there, and Mark Reynolds, the two were spending time chatting the other day, catching up. Mark with a lot of respect for Billy. It was a couple of years back at Shea Stadium that Reynolds tied with a 3-run homer. A ball game against Billy Wagner in a save situation. And we are seeing if there's more tinkle magic.
Yeah, I was going to say Billy Wagner might not know it, but he's being tinkled as we speak.
There's so many ways I can go with that. 1-1 the count.
Oh, man.
Breaking ball drops in there. 2-1 the count from Billy the Kid. Wagner had a year, and he, I would imagine, could counsel some of these Diamondbacks relievers where he had an ERA of 6.18, a bunch of blown saves back in 2000. He had saved 39 the year before, as that one is in. 3-1 the count. Rusty Ryle waits on deck. Can this club hop off the mat again and lean on its hitters again today? Very wild. That one sails high. So coming in is Conrad literally to pick it up. Wagner struggling. I mean, really struggling. A single, couple of walks.
And he just hit the bull with that one. Now the tying run at the plate. A base hit and 2 walks. That came back to haunt Ventures back in the 8th inning. A couple of walks around an error led to 3 runs. Now Billy Wagner trying to gift wrap some runs. It's up to Rusty Ryle to take his chances. He can hit a fastball.
Well, he got a base hit the other night against Billy Wagner. 1-0 the count. Paul still in that dugout supporting his mates. And the Tinkle Lady trying to do her thing. Fastball 1-1.
She didn't tinkle near enough.
$16 hits for the Braves, 8 for the Diamondbacks, still 1-1.
Oh, man. He had a good rip at that one. That's his pitch, boy. He had a great rip at it and came up empty.
Chris Snyder has a bat. He's in the on-deck circle. So he will hit for John Hester. Slider is in. 2-2. Got him with a breaking ball. Ryle goes down on strikes. He zeroes back in on that strike zone.
And that's what Billy Wagner has the ability to do. Even when things get tight, he's got the ability to strike you out. All right, let's get to tinkling.
So now Chris Snyder. 207, 8 home runs, 25 batted in. And those 8 home runs, you're hoping he can lean on one, run into one right here. Pops that one up over our heads. Snyder 0 for 3 in his career against Billy Wagner with a strikeout. The 0-1. Cut to it, but it grabs the inside corner. 0-2 the count.
All right, all you folks at home, we need to tinkle as one. Big rip at a fastball. That was a mistake 0-2 if you ask me, Darren. That was a fastball right down Broadway. And Snyder, we've seen him. When he runs into one, boy, they go a long ways.
Chris is hitless in his last 12 tries with runners in scoring position. See if he can break that up right now.
No balls, 2 strikes. Fastball, he has been all over the place again today. But the end result is all he's worried about. There have been a lot of good results at the end of ball games for this left-hander. The 1-2, breaking ball, nice job keeping it out there with him, McCann. Outfield of Infante, Cabrera, Hayward. Infield of Conrad, Escobar, Prado, Gloss. McCann catching Wagner. Bases full.
Long ball ties it.
The 2-2. Breaking ball, strike 3, got him looking. So unfortunately for the Diamondbacks, 5 runs in the 7th and the 8th innings, and boy, hope was on. The switch was on. The energy with all the youngsters on camp day in this ballpark, but then a tough 9th inning as the Braves answer back with 4 runs, and this ends it. A backdoor slider, 396 career saves for Billy Wagner. So the Braves are off to Minnesota. They split this series. Your Diamondbacks are at home. The St. Louis Cardinals come to town. We're going to keep talking about this ball game in our post-game show. Todd and Joe, we'll get it going. It's Quest D-Backs Live now.